Welcome, everybody. Hey, Robin Black.
What's up? What is up?
It is it's a great day for Bellator fighting.
It's that time. You know, this has been dude, this has been the funnest thing ever. We literally just started hanging out. Who'd we have? First day was me, you, and Ray Daniels. Where's Ray tonight?
Ray's doing a little bit of work in about 3, maybe 4 hours or so. He's got
2 hours.
2 hours.
Ray's up
you're
in
right.
2 hours.
You're right.
Yeah. So, friends, who's ever joined us, this is your Breakdown Watch Party. You probably, if you're the first ones in, you probably watched us before, or somebody's told you this is the fucking best time you can have for free. Well, there's a lot of things you can do for free that are pretty fun. But Raymond Daniels was our first guest. He will be a reoccurring guest, presuming that Ray has a great night tonight, and he's a great martial artist with a great attitude. So no matter how it goes, first guest tomorrow, I suspect is going to be Ray Daniels. Mal, what do you think?
I think he will be more than happy to go on. If you follow Ray on social media, you've been seeing that he's been getting ready. They arrived in Connecticut earlier this week, and he's already got his proposed shrine. That means all the things he's looking forward to eating after that.
Candies,
Funyuns, this, that, and other. So he is ready to do work. Dirk Diggler looks like he's excited. So, hey, you know.
Dude, hold on. Funyuns? Is that like a thing? Like, does anyone actually eat those? Do you like those?
Ray describes his shrine as gas station food. So it's all sorts of food that you could buy when you're stopping to fill up your car, whether you're filling up in liters or gallons like us old imperialists in the United States. You can buy that there. Any type of food, you know, Reese's Pieces, this, that, and the other. So he works his butt off for camp, and then he goes and enjoys that at the end of the night. So I've seen pictures.
Well, actually, maybe I'm gonna. Well, he's kind of busy. I was gonna ask him to send us some pictures. Would he mind if you shared them? If you got them in your phone and you share them with us? People who are hanging. If you tonight is Bellator 245. We get together with a bunch of friends and we watch fights. We do some analysis. We do a lot of talking about martial arts because we get a lot of martial artists. You know, hey, I like a good mixed martial arts commentator or journalist or whatever as much as the next guy. But this is a martial arts show. Kung Lee, he is a master martial artist. Came up in Sanda, Sanshao, Kung Fu, really, Wushu. Dave Leduc. Mal, you don't know Dave, eh?
I have never met him, but I was exposed to him by your going to cover Lethwei.
Yeah, so you're going to love Dave. Dave is the king of Lethwei. You know 8 limbs, the art of 8 limbs, Muay Thai, elbows, knuckles, knees, and feet. That's 8. Lethwei is the art of 9 limbs. It includes the headbutt. Also, it's bare knuckle. It is a 1,000-year-old Burmese martial art. I was Lethwei Analyst of the Year last year, I will have you know.
Hey, there you go, another feather in the cap.
Yeah, voted by the people of Myanmar, which was very, very humbling. But hey, so fights are up about 8:15. Other guests will include, but are not limited to, because Mal, we've had like surprise guests in every one of these, right?
Every single time.
Oh shit, you know what? So you're the first people in. This is not a guarantee, but there's a gentleman by the name of Russell Peters, who's a friend. And a good dude. He's a good martial artist. When I met him, he's an obsessed boxing fan who's now trains Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with Rogan, among other people. He's a world famous comedian. I'm going to send this to him and say, hey, if you want to jump in, please feel free. Mal, tell them a story while I do that.
Well, you know what? Look, let's see. Story. I'm trying to think. Well,
Ray Daniels. How about a Ray Daniels story?
A Ray Daniels story. You know what? I've seen Ray do some crazy thing in sport karate. I've seen Ray actually do a matrix move where you think he did his 2-touch sidekick, which when he was in Glory was great. I've seen Ray actually jump off the wall and actually kick someone. If you Google that or you go to YouTube, you can go there and see all some of this crazy stuff from knowing the guy since he was 16. He's always been a phenomenal athlete and a great martial artist. it's all you never know exactly what you're gonna get. You should see this over at tournaments when Ray's fighting. Half the tournament moves over to the ring in which he's sparring in. So
Of
literally they're
course.
transferring everybody over so they can actually see what he's gonna do. He actually surprised us earlier this year. We were actually in the Irish Open, and one of their teammates couldn't make it. He was injured, so Ray jumped on in and did a little point sparring, the sport that he grew up with, which is absolutely phenomenal. Of course, you think about it, this guy's got everything built in. He got married to his lovely wife, Colby Northcutt Daniels now.
Northcutt, some people know Sage Northcutt.
So he's got Sage to help him out with some other things. And Sean, also the younger brother.
So I've never met, that's not true. I have met Sage, a very charming character, like a lovable character. I met his father too at TriStar. Is Colby as like innocent and like surprised at the world as Sage is?
Well, Colby's really down to earth. She's a very wonderful person. And any time that we get Ray onto the show, I'm dealing specifically with Colby as Ray requests. He says, "Hey, let my wife know she has my schedule. She'll take care, make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be at the exact same time. And let's not forget, she's a professional fighter herself, gaining her one as well. So you got a whole family. You have a built-in training camp. You know that's
right. Yeah, super cool. So here's what's happening. Thanks everybody who's in. You're the first ones in. I've told you we've got Kung Lee. We've got Bellator matchmaker Rich Chow is going to join us from cage side, presumably in the first couple of fights. Rob from McDojo Life. You love Rob if you don't know him. Yes. Eric, coach of Captain America's coach of the Pitbull Brothers and Triple C. Henry Seudo. Yes. And I think David Mullins. Shit. Where's David Mullins? Has he joined yet?
Negative, sir. David Mullins has not arrived.
Negative, sir. David Mullins is a sports psychology consultant. Oh, shit. There it is. So sorry, David. He was like, where's the link? I thought I had sent it to him.
If you guys actually knew kind of like behind the curtain, you know, we're getting the things together. And as Robin is, we're talking throughout the day, he's like, "Hey, I got this guy," and the excitement just builds up as the night goes along.
Chris Cyborg joined in on our first one. She's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll pop in." We were chatting on Twitter or something. So if there's any fighters or coaches or anybody kicking around on Twitter that you want to invite, just tell them to get a hold of me. Steve from Sarnia, Respect, Steve. David Mullins will be popping on any second now that I have given him the thing. He is a sports psychology consultant, a mental performance coach. I can't reveal his clients, although I know a number of them. Some I've introduced to him when they're like, "Look, man, you talk about sports psychology. What should I do?" I'm like, "You should talk to this guy." He's helped me with performance too. And my wife, who's a professional singer and theater actor. And David's the shit. He really understands the game and he understands the mind. And here, we'll talk to him about it as soon as he gets in because it'll be before our first fight of the night. But a lot of the job of a mental coach is reality, right? And whenever you hear about people like, I had this coach and we were doing these hypnosis things and, you know, all of these like affirmations, there's some elements of all those things that are real, but a true performance coach is trying to coach you to live in reality and identify truths about fighting, performing, life, risk, you know, consequences, life, like really be fucking present. How are you going to win things if you're living in a fantasy world? How are you going to perform at a high level if you don't know the world you're living in? You have to look at the realities of the world. It's a fascinating thing. David will talk a lot more about it when he's in.
It's and that's something to come up, you know, for sports psychology. Let's acknowledge Chris G. Here.
Chris G is acknowledging me very kindly, so the least we can do is acknowledge him back. Thank you, sir. Mullins, I'm sure will be in any second. I told him it was 8 p.m. Eastern time sharp. Mullins, by the way, is in just, I think, about 45 minutes to an hour outside of Dublin, Ireland. So it's going to be about 2 a.m. where he is. But he's, a real fight fan, a real, you know, whatever your thing is, you're going to figure out to do it. You know, you're going to find the way. And if that means stay up a little late. We've had fighters. There's fighters in Europe. Actually, I really want to get Michael Venom Page on.
Page is so good to have on.
Yeah, Paige is great. He's brilliant. Same thing. It's sort of 1 a.m. kind of deal over there. Doesn't mean he won't do it. I suspect that he might. If anyone's in touch with Michael Venom Page on Twitter or whatever, tell him we want him to come on, and we'd be more than happy to add him right now. But yeah, he's a brilliant. Do you know him? Ray was talking about a lot. Daniels. Ray knows him real well, I guess.
I had a good chance when I went over to London last year in November to not only go to the London show, but we have. I came in contact with Mike also because of sport karate, and our times somewhat eclipsed. Whereas I went and I was doing my thing, and he came in and was doing his thing, but it couldn't have been a nicer guy to us. Once he saw us down in press row, Emily, who is the head of Sport Martial Arts, which is sportmartialarts.com, which is where I work when I go to cover tournaments. Emily knows Mike, and he says, "Hey, listen, I'm going to personally invite you to my dressing room right after I get my medicals cleared, right after this." And the thing was so funny, this is a guy who hasn't even fought yet. He's just saying like, I'm going to go out and do my thing, and just, as soon as they clear me, I'm going to have you personally escorted up there, and we'll give an interview and everything. And he couldn't have been nicer. I mean, absolutely knowledgeable.
Mike's super nice. Mike's
so
super nice
too, So
I met Mike at Vegas. We were just talking about something. Oh, first met Rob from McDojo Life's popping on. I met him in Vegas. We had chatted online at the World MMA Awards. And the first time I met Mike, he was it was the same thing. So what happens is there's the room where all the awards go down. And I was presenting one too. I was presenting an award to hey Kevin, what is up? Spending the night here. All right, it's gonna be a party. We start with iced coffee, and then we will progress to adult beverages for the main card, I'm sure. Just what do you got in there?
This it's a water. You put a little flavor in it, so it looks a little.
Yeah, I was gonna say that ain't water. It's purple or something.
Well, down here in Virginia, we have trouble. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you guys got some weird water. So there is where they have the award show. Then there's backstage, and I was nominated for Analyst of the Year, but I was also presenting an award. I ended up presenting it to Dana White. So before you go in there, there's like a VIP section that you only get to go in before that. And then there's like a silver VIP and then like a bronze. And Mike and I were like just barely silver level at this point. So we go up to this room, and he's young and he's wearing a suit and whatever. And I'm eager because I worked at a small Canadian network, and I'm nominated for a big award. And like, we're both the most eager guys. And we go into this silver VIP room. And as soon as we walk in, there's nobody else in the whole place. Like, we're like an hour early. So it was just me and Michael Page an hour early too. And I'm not speaking for him when I say this, but like kind of two dorks, two martial arts nerds. He wasn't quite as wound up and excited about it as me. It was a very big honor for me. I was like at a small Canadian network. Mike was like probably knockout of the year for his cyborg. Remember when he kneed cyborg in the head? So he was up for that. And he was a little cooler than I was, but we were still both way early. Like very obvious that we were excited. So we just hung out the whole time for the first like 30, 40 minutes and chatted. And he just couldn't have been a nicer, gentler, more quiet, kind of kind guy. When he fights, and the way he acts when he fights is a performance.
Absolutely.
Oh, Chris from Bellator just shared the stream. So presumably there'll be a fair bit of people coming in. But those of you who are here first, we appreciate you the most, and I'm not just saying that. This is what. Yep.
Introducing to the show now, we have Mr. David Mullins. There he is. Right?
Yeah. So Dave, I thought I had already sent you the link. So I'm like, "Where's David?" And I'm looking. It's like, I need the link. I'm like, "Oh fuck, this is the kind of shit I do." But there's so many plates spinning at the same time, and I'm drinking so much coffee, Dave.
Good to see you, though.
You too, man. What time is it in Ireland?
It is 1:14 in the AM.
You always stay up this late to watch fights?
No. I wouldn't be up if it wasn't for a combination of this plus the Raptors Game 7. So
there you go.
That's the real reason I'm up.
So Mullins lives in Ireland, but we met. He was living in Toronto. So you actually cheer for the Toronto Raptors now?
I have done since they started in the league. That's when I started watching
Really?
NBAs when they were a franchise team. So yeah.
But you do not cheer for the Toronto Maple Leafs, correct?
I don't watch hockey. I don't care about hockey.
Yeah. So you don't know my friend Mallory, do you, Dave?
I do not.
Okay,
Nope.
you guys
Good
speak
to meet
amongst
you.
yourselves for a minute.
Good to meet you, Mr. Mullins. One of the great things I've been to Ireland every year since 2014's for a martial arts trip. And the funny thing is, I find a lot of United States sports fans over there. I'm a fan of the Washington Football Club, the former named football team in Washington, D.C. And the first person I meet when I go into a bar in Ireland was a guy who was a fan who had lived in the United States for a little bit. And it's always cool to meet different people from all different parts of the world.
You can call them the Redskins. I'm sorry to interrupt. You can call them the Redskins. Just because I'm part native, you don't have to like really go out of your way to protect me. But sorry, go on.
But it's the Raptors. I mean, hey, great team. You guys got that championship, not too long ago, and now we have a whole new thing. They're doing good things down there in Orlando, at least keeping the NBA going, keeping sports alive for those of us. And speaking of sports, over on my right monitor, I'll go ahead and put it on up. Looks like we are almost time for the undercard.
We're coming up with the undercard. So, David, have you taken a look at this card? You noticed Ray Daniels is fighting.
I know that's the most exciting guy on the card. He might be the most exciting guy in the most exciting guy in the promotion for sure. He's a highlight reel waiting to happen.
We've had a lot of chats with Ray about his mindset and about training his mind and experience and preparation and stuff. He's so dialed in with all of that.
Yeah. I've heard him talking a few times about. He puts a lot of focus on that. He puts a lot of work in. So, people take that stuff for granted at certain levels, but I know firsthand it's the guys who are really actually putting the work in on it and seeing it as part of their training that are able to make those big strides.
Do you know Keith Lee, this kid?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've just been aware of him because of his connections and stuff, but I haven't actually seen him fight yet.
Oh, he's good. I commentated his first fight in Canada against Tony Laramie. It was like the highest level debut fight I've ever seen in my life. These two 0-0 kids. I think Keith was 19 and Laramie was 18. And it was the highest level debut fight I've ever seen in my life. Ever commentated for sure.
Yeah, those things are going to be more and more common as well. I was watching the amateur world championships, and my God, some of the like it's the level now is better than what used to be a UFC main event back in the day. So it's it's unrecognizable.
Do you notice in some ways some of these kids are very aware of some of the aspects of preparation and mindset and focus and and this kind of stuff? They're aware of it earlier, but maybe they don't connect to it as deeply. Like some of that, when you're young, you make some assumptions that you understand things. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's younger guys on teams that kind of feel like they're unbeatable and all this kind of stuff, and that kind of false confidence is almost a good thing when you're starting off. But then maybe you hit a few setbacks and things like that, and you weren't expecting, you weren't sure how to handle them, and that's where they start to kind of become a bit more aware of the mental side of things and looking to do actual work on it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Keith lost that fight, so it was probably super valuable. One thing and where he trains, Kevin Lee is his brother. UFC, fought for interim titles and stuff. Mm-hmm. Kevin Lee is his brother, and everyone in the gym was like, "This kid's better than everybody." And then he goes up to Canada, and there's another one of him, and he loses. And it just wouldn't have even entered his or anybody else's mindset that this kid would do anything other than win his first 6 or 8 fights. It just wouldn't even have crossed their minds. And then it had to, because it was real.
Yeah, I've been there with a few young guys who maybe even start off they go through the amateur ranks undefeated, or they start off their pro career undefeated, and then bang, they meet someone on a given night who's just better than them, and you have to kind of review everything. It's a complete life changer if if you've not really considered losing, you haven't had to face that reality before. So I had to do a lot of sessions with guys like that who've had their first loss, and it's, they question packing the whole thing in, and have they been fooling themselves the whole time, and all these thoughts that can cut through their head.
I have a question for David. David, that actually brings up an interesting type of mindset. So you've got a hot prospect. Let's say this guy has gone, or young lady has gone, just smoked everybody in their amateur debuts, maybe local MMA affiliations, and all of a sudden they make it to a big show. Would it be best if, like, for example, if I was the coach or the camp, say, hey, I want you to go talk to my guy David before you make it to the big time, kind of as a bring him down to earth, or kind of prepare them, because a lot of people think sports psychologists are someone they see after they have had a loss. Is it beneficial to see before then?
Yeah, I've had that. That's a great point, because to me, a really good coach or a really kind of switched on athlete will understand the different levels of this game and what's being asked of them, and they're gonna have to face different things that they haven't had to see before, whether that's new eyes on them or bigger crowd or expectations or fans or haters and all that kind of stuff. And they're not going to be aware of what's really coming. It's all new for them. So, I mean, I kind of have done that now with guys coming through, where when we started off, I started off in SBG in Dublin, and Aisling Daly fought on Bellator early in her career, and then the guy started to fight on Cage Warriors. But then when Conor got into the UFC, like Gunny had already been in the UFC for a few fights, so that helped to kind of get an idea, seeing what it was like backstage and all that kind of stuff. So then we were able to lean on those guys' experience for the younger ones coming through. So without having been through it themselves, they got a picture of what to expect media-wise, and even just how it feels backstage and how a big show feels compared to the regional shows. And the visualization of the crowd and all that kind of stuff. We can talk through that stuff. So what you really want them to do is just go in and perform, regardless of the size of the show or anything like that. But if you're not prepared, you're going to be overwhelmed. So a big part of the prep for any new kind of jump in level like that is about the stuff around the fight, and being aware of it.
The one thing that happened in his first, I love watching Keith fight. I'm just seeing him set up, like he sets up his shin really deep, almost to the knee when he throws these kicks. When he was fighting, and I was starting to see this a lot in that era when he started, you would have these brilliant coaches and high-level fighters, Mark Hominick in London, and guys down in Windsor, and these guys at Extreme Couture in Vegas, and all of these, and I would talk to all of these coaches and fighters kind of as I saw their fighters come up, and they'd be like, bro, you ain't never seen a kid like this. You don't understand the level. And I kept thinking, no, you've never seen a kid like this. But when I go over to Windsor right now, there's one of them, and down in Mexico there's one of them, and in Japan there's 3 of them, and like, this is a thing. So they would see this kid come up, and they'd never seen an athlete or an artist of this level, but it was happening all over the world simultaneously, because it was a result of the available knowledge and all of these other things. So it wasn't a single fighter phenomenon. It was sort of a global phenomenon. And a lot of them misunderstood that. They thought, we have a genius, he can fight anybody, no problem. And some of these geniuses, these young super talents, had to fight each other. And it happened a lot around 2017. It was a really neat kind of period.
Yeah. James Gallagher from SPG, and it would be one of those kind of guys who came through as like a prodigy. But like you said, there's others like that coming through as well. So the level is
there's
just
that deep shin. You see that? That's
beautiful.
That really deep shin. And I think they show another fake. He just changed his level. Like, I think.
Yes.
That kid ate it real nice. There's another there. There's the same one. There was another one to the other side. He's just got a real deep kick. But yeah, Gallagher would have been one. Whereas if you and Kavanaugh would have known this, and people around James would have been maybe a little more equipped with this knowledge, because some of these gyms, the smaller ones that I'd never seen, they're like, we got the next George St. Pierre. And it's like, well, there's 30 George St. Pierres now, because the level that a 19-year-old can achieve now is so much higher than it was 5 years ago. And you think only your 19-year-old is achieving it. So it's sort of this really interesting phase. It was and Keith ended up fighting another kid like him. Both of them were like, no, you guys don't understand. You guys up in Canada think your guy's good. Keith's going to wreck him. And the guys in Canada are like, you guys think Keith's good. He's going to. And it turned out they were both that level. You know, there's a lot of that. It's really, so it's a perception thing. It's an overestimation of where you are compared to the world.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the sport, though. It's just, you know, it's unrecognizable. 10 years ago, the skills wise, and I'm sure it's going to be the same in another 10 years.
3 years probably. It's faster. It's accelerating.
Yeah.
There's a good question that came in from chat. Let me get it up here. This one's from Chad Smith, and he asks, so what are your tips for helping guys get over that first loss, getting over self-doubt?
Yeah, that
I'll
first
throw
loss
something
thing
in
go on,
before
Robin.
David starts. Yeah, and all I was going to say is, anything that can be asked in a single line is always a good question. David would spend a lifetime really answering this. But sorry to interrupt. Go on. It was just the first thought I had.
I'll try to spend like a few minutes instead. But yeah, the first loss is a big one, because everyone obviously wants to keep that undefeated record, and it's an ego thing as much as anything. What I want to do is to initially, first off, it doesn't need to become a completely disastrous kind of thing. It's like, okay, let's keep the perspective here. You woke up the next morning, you go brush your teeth, you still had to have breakfast, your friends still love you, your family still love you. You know, let's keep it in perspective for what it is. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of the sport, let's figure out what the lessons are. We'll do this after a win as well, but might be even more. They might be more switched on for it when it's a loss. But let's really dig into not just the loss, but the performance and how that could have been better, and the preparation, how that could have been better, physically, mentally, technically, nutrition-wise, everything. We'll look into every aspect of it and see where the real lesson is to improve, and then look to kick on to the next one with not trying to get it back. I don't want a guy going in to the next fight after a loss trying to win 2 fights, trying to win the last one and this one. I want you to let that one be behind you. You've got the lessons from it. That's all you can take forward, and then let's get cracking for the next preparation and performance after that.
And that's. I was like, it would take him a lifetime to answer it. And David's like, well, I'll try to do it in a couple of minutes. But I always find that with a lot of things. Like, I once saw a fighter. He was like a 5-0 fighter. I once saw him put his hand up. Randy Couture said, does anyone have any? Yeah, somebody said vicious knees to the thigh. That hurts, man. The bone to the curve of the quadricep, the head of the quadriceps is really bad. I saw this undefeated fighter ask Randy Couture, put his hands up in a crowd, and Randy's like, any questions? He's like, yeah, what do you do to not be nervous when you fight? And I was like, that's a great question, but there's absolutely no way he can answer it in this environment. Like, that's, you'll know that in truth at fight number 20. Usually, right. Randy would know it now, and he could write a book about it and what his experience and what he learned. It's a life lesson, But we hire David so that we don't have to spend 10 years learning it the hardest ways. He can help us come up with it in shorter time.
But one thing I was going to say, I think that MMA has kind of taken the mystique about the undefeated fighter away. So I know we have undefeated champions and everything, but I think about like when I grew up watching boxing, when boxing was king before there was MMA, there was always, he is 20-0 with 18 knockouts. And there was such a pressure to have that 0 losses.
But that's an illusion too.
That's what I mean.
That's an illusion. That's the shit that newspapers talked about, or now it would be the internet, but that's not real.
Correct.
Like, that's just, those are narratives. They don't have to have anything to do with your life necessarily. Although they're real, right? Like even as I said that, I would ask David and he'd be like, but they're somewhat real, right? Like they can affect me still.
Yeah, I mean it was part of the culture of boxing where if you're a prospect coming through, you have to have an undefeated record at a certain point to get those certain fights. That was just the culture. Like you said, it for MMA, that's gone. I mean, who knows what Dustin Poirier's record is off the top of their head, but who wouldn't want to see his next fight? And there's so many other guys like that. So it's just a completely different culture.
Yep. But Chad, thanks for fielding the question, gents. I like that. Don't try to win 2 fights. Yeah, that's the part that jumped out at me from what David said too. It's gone. Move on, learn the lessons, and make great adjustments. We have a great audience like that has been jumping into these. David, did you hear we have Kung Lee coming in later?
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah. Kung's so cool. And that guy sees fighting different than most. I think Rich Chow will probably jump on in the next, I'm thinking 15 minutes to give us a little update from the cage. Have you watched these before, Dave? Have you joined us? You have?
I've seen a few. Yeah. It's cool.
It's more fun in here though, right?
It sure is. Yeah. It's cool.
3rd round. So look at that kid. Like, doesn't that look like a guy with 20 fights? Although this guy has taken some shots and stuff, but he's absolutely eager, like intelligent, authentically eager.
Mm-hmm. That's while we watch the action progress, ooh, nice shot. It's kind of like I would love to have a guy like David in my corner, but the only thing is I've only got a minute to try to listen to the coach, have the cut man that's into me. But also I wonder, like, what if you had to give advice in 10 seconds or less to a fighter, depending on what happened, of course, would you be able to unpack something really quick just to to encourage them to go on to round 3, 4, 5?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen examples over the years of really good coaching in between rounds where they've got their fighters switch back on, or they've got them focus on what they need to do. I mean, part of my job is not so much what I would say in that minute, it's what I've done in the build-up to the fight with the fighter and with the coach. Because I'll work with coaches as well, so that they're clear on what not just what their message is going to be, but how they're communicating that message. So I mean, John is probably the best example, John Kavanagh, of someone I've worked with, and he's talked about the work that we did in terms of just even how you frame something. Like, so given the kind of the what you want to happen versus what you don't want to happen. So maybe an example is, you could say to a guy, stop backing into the cage, stop get back to the center, stop getting your back against a fence like that. Yeah. But the better way of saying it is, keep your focus on staying in the middle of the cage and coming forward and stuff. So it's telling the guy what you want him to do rather than what you want him to not do, because it's very hard to not do something. So we want to be aware of that kind of stuff, but and just composure as well for a coach between rounds. So I mean, they're going through a lot of emotions on the outside watching the fight, so you want to make sure they're cool, composed. They've collected their thoughts before they come in, and then they're able to communicate them clearly. And likewise with the fighter, we do a lot of work on getting the you see people getting their breathing and stuff in between rounds, but that's something that it's kind of a skill. You get better at it if you're focused on it. So you want to slow things down, get your breath, get your recovery, and be ready to listen. It's important to be ready to listen to what's coming in.
19 out of 20 fights, or 29 out of 30 fights where you've worked with the fighter for weeks and months, you're not cornering them though, correct?
Yeah, I'm not. I've been in the corner a couple of times, but for 99% of the fights, I've not been in the corner team. I've been there backstage or something like that, but I haven't been in the corner team.
It's interesting when I think about it. a lot of the time, man, I like this Zanny kid, the way he's fighting back here. I didn't know him as well other than he was experienced, but he totally belongs here. It's a great challenge for Keith. But like a lot of the time, the fighters that, or the coaches that are not there, we think of them as like weapons trainers. You know, you'll have the strategists there, but the guys who are sharpening your weapons, making sure you're fit, making sure your hands are sharper, your feet are sharper, your game is sharp. They're weapon sharpeners that we have in the back, but not live. Are you the mental weapon sharpener? Like, is there an analogy? Is there a connection?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that on my business card.
Yeah, mental weapon sharpener. But is there a sort of a comparable analogy to that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, my work is done by the time the fighter starts that walk. You know, that's we've done a lot of preparation around it and everything like that. But then it's over to them to go and execute it. So I don't want to be their mental game, if that makes sense. I want to help them develop their mental game, but I don't want to be a crutch that they're relying on. I want it to become to a point where the fighter progresses, where they almost don't need me anymore. They need me less and less, and they're able to, you know, make the adjustments themselves, and we'll touch base on certain things. But my job is to improve their mental game. So by definition, that should be happening kind of on their own.
Yeah. Hey, Robin,
and that
do you see this this question that comes up?
Yeah. So Raymond MVP, Raymond Daniels fighting tonight, and he is a recurring guest. Not only welcome anytime, but we're going to bug him to be here all the time. He's going to come on tomorrow night, by the way. Raymond Daniels, presumably win or lose, his experience and attitude and connection to himself, I think he'll be here win or lose. Of course, Ray is our friend. We are not operating in any official capacity, so we can be fans. We don't have to be unbiased here. You can cheer for your friends. Like this is not an official broadcast in that respect. Ray is our friend, so hopefully he will be here tomorrow. But Ray and MVP are close, and they came up together, and they have a pretty legit. Look at that. That kid is so good. I really like this kid. I knew Keith coming in. I didn't know Zanny, but he's excellent. But yeah, Ray's not going to fight MVP. And I don't think, unless it was for a title. And Ray versus
Lima.
Lima would be really interesting. Lima, you know, knocked out MVP with the correct and valuable and veteran reads and sort of connection to it and feel and stuff. But you know, and he could have taken him to that fight we might see one day. Ray's in his 40s though. So right now Ray's at the highest level action fighter. He'd have to be getting a couple of knockouts to be fighting for a title at that point. But who knows, man? I'd like to see it. I'd like to see Ray and MVP too, but I have a feeling if I happen to be in a place where they both are and they get to train and or spar together, they might let me go watch that if I don't film it.
The actual interesting that you mentioned that, because an interview this week, and you guys can probably find it on Ray's social media page, he was actually talking about coming to see or coming to fight Douglas Lima. So he actually did address that this week, and saying that, you know, hey, he still has the Bellator kickboxing title, and he's now doing MMA, and he wants to fight the best. So he's set his sights on at least fighting Lima. So that's an interesting, you know, a little small piece to tag along to this conversation. So you know, Ray's the type of guy. He's not like, hey, I want to fight the third best guy. He's always looking to the top to aim, to sharpen his skills, to improve. And as you know from talking to him, he said every fight, won or loss, is a learning experience. He takes everything from that.
Yeah, I wouldn't presume that Ray wouldn't want to fight Lima. I would be presuming that he wouldn't just get to because he wants to. He'd have to, you know, he'd have to beat a few guys in real exciting and have everything kind of come together. But that's the weird, David, let's chat about, I chatted a lot about stuff like that with Chael Sonnen this week, who's right there. And I keep texting him to jump in. but he hasn't yet. I think he's trolling us now. But he likes to talk about all those things. If you beat this guy beats this guy, and then we'll go here and we'll get a title shot and that and that. But what do you do with fighters with that? Like, how much are we thinking about that at all? If we're a 25-year-old fighter who's 6-1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, I've got a young guy now who's turning pro in boxing, right? He was if there was an Olympics 2020, his goal was to compete in the Olympics. There was no Olympics. He's an Irish kid. He would have been he was on the Irish team. He was a national champion and stuff. Turning pro instead, he signed a deal.
In wrestling?
In boxing.
Which sport? Oh, in boxing. Okay.
Boxing, yeah. So he's turning pro now. He's signed a deal with a promoter in New York. And I've talked to him about the differences between the amateur game and the pro game. And one of the differences is how he promotes himself, because that didn't matter before, but it does matter now. He's in the fight business. He's a prize fighter now. So
hold on, Dave. Sorry to interrupt. Rich Chow has joined us from Cage Side. Rich, this is my friend David Mullins right above you. He's a sports psychology consultant. Works with John Kavanaugh a lot. Mallory. How are you, Rich?
Oh, you gotta let us.
Rich is on the high-end Wi-Fi.
Let me see if he catches up with us as he is Cage Side. I wanted to get him in right away.
Yeah,
Mr. Chow, did you? Let's see if you worked that out.
I'm going to text him and say hang up and rejoin.
All right, we'll do that.
Hang up and rejoin.
This guy's doing double duty. He's making matches for
Bellator. So Rich Chow, if you're watching, Bellator matchmaker. And he will attempt to rejoin in a second. Tyrell Fortune. Dave, did you see him take his first loss?
I did. I saw that. I saw that one. I saw the highlights of that. Yeah. But he's an exciting kid as well.
He is. So I had him on a stream after, and he was like, I have a picture of that knockout up in the gym, and I deal with it head on. It is a part of my story, and it's going to be a part of my story when I'm a world champion, that this was a key moment for me to learn from. What do you think of that?
Beautiful. That's a great. Those are great words, and then as long as he's lived by those words and done the actions, then that's what you want.
I fucking love this guy. I love so Jack May is a dangerous bare knuckle guy. He has been around, like he's a legit hitter. And Tyrell didn't get like a, hey, no problem, why don't you wrestle? This is a guy who's going to try to knock you out coming off a knockout. But I love Tyrell. I think he's not just a brilliant fighter. He's a smart dude. He's a cool guy. Like he's got a good sense of what's going on. I bet he's nervous because he should be, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, they're all nervous, every one of them. But it's not about that at a certain point. It's not about being nervous. It's about going in and performing.
When I see these guys and I feel it, sometimes I feel that, like just a little twitchy, like that feeling of that, I know that this experience, I shouldn't say I know. It's possible that this feels different because now it hasn't gone his way. Every other fight went his way. Now he's going to fight in the reality that some nights in his life it hasn't gone his way. But we've dealt with that probably, right, Dave? Hopefully,
yeah. I mean, it's definitely part of the story heading into this one is coming off a loss, for
and
sure.
And being knocked out.
Yeah.
There's a great question coming in from the chat, and it is from Chris G. And he says, whoops, sorry, that went up there. Let's see. Here it is. Can I get a book recommendation for David? And I think it's maybe a sports psychology, not necessarily a cookbook. So whatever you want, whatever you want to recommend, David.
Yeah, I get this all the time. I mean, the books are cool. There's a lot of good ones out there. I'll give you a few in a sec. But the thing with the books is you're not gonna get something in a book that's written about you specifically. So no book is gonna you're gonna read it and have a mental game that you want. You need to be working on it besides that. So I like one I gave to Robin recently called The One Thing. It's a short thing. It's an easy read, but it's really good. It'll it'll get you it'll get you kind of more switched on certain things, and if you're actually following what it says, it's really useful. Robin really liked it as well.
David, did I tell you I talked about it? I talked about it on a stream somewhere, and then the author sent me a signed copy.
Oh, really? Awesome.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I've talked about it a few times. It is a great book, and I thought after you recommended it to me that it might have been just this. You're recommending it in wider, but I thought you might have been like, Robin seems really frazzled right now, and perhaps having him think, a little more, look at the world a little more strategically, and that everything doesn't have to blur. You can go from focus to focus to focus. I thought it might have been a reaction to how frazzled I was in the Fight Network days when you would come in there and I had 27 things going on at the same time.
I wouldn't say frazzled, but you had a lot going on. So I thought if any guy has a lot of plates he's spinning, it's Robin. So this kind of thing can help to, help to improve those skills for sure. Yeah. I mean, I had the same kind of thing with, that's the one that really, from recent times, that really stuck out to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the author sent me a signed one. Didn't send one to Dave. I'll have to mention who recommended it and get you one.
That's no bueno.
I'm just going to throw this out here. I got a feeling that this fight's over. And I'm not necessarily saying I didn't see the cleanliness of the strike.
Right.
I'm observing behavior.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's
a pretty clean strike, though.
Mm-hmm. It hurts to get knee to the groin. I just have a feeling this guy's not going to carry on.
This might be an exit, might be an early exit.
Yeah, so the end. Yeah. He was on his back. Mm-hmm. And now he's getting, he got up to 4 points and then dropped back down. He was on his back. It was stressful. There might have been a certain amount of, it's a difficult part to talk about because you don't want to be trying to imply something about somebody's behavior or decision making, because that leaves out a lot of aspects of it, stress and pressure and other aspects that are happening in there right now all connect to this. No matter what happens here, if I talk to this guy in an hour or 2 hours and I was close with him, he'd have said, I would do anything to have kept fighting. And maybe he will keep fighting. Actually, he's looking better now.
So. At least he's back up. One quick thing. Let's see. Freebird asked, where can you find the fights? You're watching the fights right here. You're watching the prelims.
Dude, fights right here, literally.
They're right there. But for those of us who will, when 10 o'clock Eastern comes along in about an hour and 12 minutes, the fights transfer to Paramount Network. So you need to find your way to Paramount Network on your local cable provider. Those of you that are across the pond, I know we've got a great representation from Ireland, England, Scotland. I think those are on local channel on over there. So it's great.
Yeah.
Great to see
David, where are you watching it? You're watching it here, but where do you watch the main card?
We get them on Sky Sports over here. So I usually have them recorded and watch them the next morning. Yeah.
Do you know who won and how it went? And
I'll avoid any kind of social media or anything and watch the fights as if they're live, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best experience. He's I mean, there are times too when you watch a person's reaction, emotion and experience, and like how they're interpreting everything. It all relates to it. But then sometimes too, you just have severe damage to your penis, right? That was it Minikov? You remember Matt, heavyweight Matt beat Fedor. Mitrione. Remember Matt Mitrione kicked Minikov and he was down and that was the end of that? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out he had literally ruptured his penis.
And
you knew it right away. Like he looked like he was shot in the penis with a high-powered rifle.
That is a term I never want to hear in my life. I don't
shot
want to hear shot in the penis. No, please. That is nightmare fuel. The same thing. I was at a UFC event in Washington D.C. last year when Stefan Struve got kicked by Ben Rothman. You remember 7th Street is 7 feet, almost 7 feet tall. So an average guy you're kicking in the chest, you're just barely going over his waist, and the crowd booed this guy. He's in absolute pain. If he's on 2 points right now, they were somewhat cheering, and then he laid back down. Then they would boo, and it was like a strip of bad comedy. I mean, anybody's ever taught karate to kids before knows you get kicked in the shin and the groin, and it's not fun. Never.
No. But I mean, this fight's over. Like by this point, well, that was a phrase I never wanted to hear. Severe rupture to the penis. Yeah. I mean, but hey, it's a dangerous game, right? Like you're throwing knees, punches, and feet, bones at people's bodies. If it connects with something fragile. So the reason the doctor's here now, there are times where they're like, your actions make me think that you could fight and you may be choosing not to. And again, it's difficult for me to say that because I'm not implying with any judgment. There's a lot of things happening right now. But sometimes a doctor will then say, this fight is over by TKO. This guy wants to win. He's going to take the 5 minutes and get up and get back to fighting. It's possible. But sometimes the doctor will be like, you got to fight. It's a weird one. I've seen refs. I saw Big John call one off, but it was a TKO. Yeah.
Good. Hey.
And see, that's tough for Tyrell.
Disappointing for Tyrell more than anything because he's put so much work in to be here, and you don't want it in this way for sure.
Jay has a good point here.
There's a lot of ruptured testicles, but the way he's getting up and down, usually you're not up, you're not like flailing your arms when you have a ruptured testicle. You're trying to be immobile. But it's tricky. It's like when you've been through somewhat different situations, like fighters will not judge this guy no matter what it turns out he does or doesn't have for an injury, because they've experienced, firsthand the precarious nature of your own thoughts that you don't, if you're not in control of them. And I'm starting to get into some metaphysical bullshit here and some overly philosophical bullshit, but some of the time you're not, and this is why I've called on David to be a performance coach for me in a lot of different settings. And so we have a lot of people. There are times where you don't feel like you're in control of your decisions or your thoughts or your brain or your thinking. We shouldn't judge people who are in that situation. That's something that can happen to an unprepared human. But David, help me out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one because we
I'm
don't
not saying
know.
the guy's quitting here. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm just taking this as a chance to discuss this idea in principle.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. The self-talk that can be going on at a time like this, it can be completely frantic and from one extreme to the other in terms of what you can be telling yourself. It doesn't even need to be a situation like this. It can be a different point in a cardio session, or lots of different scenarios where your self-talk is like you said earlier, an hour later when your thoughts are calm and cold and collected, then it's a totally different self-talk you would have, and you would do it back differently.
Rich Chow, how are you, man?
Doing all right. Sorry, guys.
No problem. Tyrell, Jack May's probably got some pain right now, but Tyrell's probably got his own pain and stress over how this went down. We got your ear, Rich.
Yeah, I think it's loud in there, so he's trying to hear.
Don't worry about it, brother. Thank you for popping on. Thank you for popping on. Don't worry about it. We'll hook up with you tomorrow night.
All right,
we'll catch you tomorrow night.
Man,
I'm texting him tomorrow night. By the way, before we carry on, no, I don't want to tell you who we got tomorrow night until Turbo Ross is here later. We got some good guests tomorrow night too.
It's just one of the things I wanted to ask you, David, is have you ever had some of your clients, which obviously they're clients, we don't mention any names here, that have come in and maybe their coach is not there, their dad's not there, their camp's not there, and the guy just says, "Hey, I'm just scared." Maybe it just admitting that, and I mean, fear is a part of this game, and managing
part of every game
is how it tells the story of how you do. If you mismanage it, you end up in a bad place. If you manage it, it could even be used as a benefit. Do you have some guys that just come in to say, "Look, I'm scared. This guy scares me," or the situation scares me?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm not going to name names, but yeah, some high profile guys as well.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. It whether it's I mean, it's not usually the fear of the opponent or what could happen. It's as in like getting knocked out or whatever. It's more the fear of um um losing, but it's bigger than just losing as well. It's failing, and you know, dreams being taken away and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that kind of fear. And I've had guys who have had put their opponent on a big pedestal that maybe they didn't belong on, and so they're going into the fight so much with they had so much fear about what could happen that they've almost resigned themselves to the inevitable loss that's coming their way, because they've built this guy up to be something special, or whatever it might be. Yeah, and that's like, I had one guy who his opponent had just won his previous fight with a vicious spin and heel kick, head kick knockout, and so all the opponent could see, all my guy could see, was his opponent landing that kick on him, and you know, just seeing it over and over and over again, to the point where he's like, he thought that was the only inevitable way this fight was going to end. So it started, like, for me, the job there was to start to look at what was controllable about it, how he's looking at it, focus on his performance, take the guy off the pedestal, focus on his performance in terms of what he can do, not just to avoid that head kick or whatever it would be, but more to what he can do to counter certain tendencies that the opponent would have, and start to get his mindset more on what he's doing, and how he can shape the fight. But yeah, that was one that really stuck out, because the guy was, you know, people would have known him as a warrior, and for him to be talking to me like this about this fight, you know, it was great from my perspective, because he's been so honest and open about it that we can do something about it now. He ended up winning by first round. He won. He got a choke in the last second of the first round, and dominated the whole fight. But if he hadn't have been honest about those fears and what he was worried about, then it could have gone a completely different way for him.
That is interesting. As you were saying that, he's a top guy, like he's somebody they know as this kind of thing. And then you were saying, and he's saying all these things. I wasn't surprised, and I bet you weren't either. Like, a lot of these true great performers are super honest, right? Like, super honest, not just with you, but with real life, honest with reality.
Yeah, that was my first time working with him. So he came to me for that fight. And so I had obviously got a perception of him in my head as well, built up from watching him. So seeing him as this like a warrior type of fighter, and it was awesome to me for me to hear him being so open and honest about it. But like you said, not surprising really, because the higher the levels you go, the more kind of self-aware you are.
Yeah, or the more sort of connected to reality you are, right? Like, I mean, it's hard to win and be successful and succeed at anything when you're not looking to connect to reality, right? Like, you can accidentally do it.
The problem was he had started to create a reality that didn't even exist, a kind of a new reality that wasn't favorable for him. So we needed to get back into reality. That was the issue there. But it took honesty, took some work, but yeah, I've had a few. That's one that really springs to mind. But there's definitely been several over the years where guys are honest about that fear that they're feeling, and kind of worried where it's taking them.
Mallory, how many people are hanging on watching us early on an undercard on a Friday night?
We've been up to 200. We've up to 179, 180, kind of hanging around.
Hello, everybody. We get up into the thousands later, but when we've got a crew like this, this is like the deep connected people. I can't thank people enough for coming in and hanging out with us like this. It's the neatest fucking thing to be able to just watch fights and chat like this without rules or structures or whatever, where we can just chat and then connect to the fight sometimes and then chat around them sometimes. It's the freest thing. And so thanks for hanging, everybody.
Yeah, there's no this is, as I said, this is just like if we were all hanging out at the bar, the fights are on, we're grabbing something to eat, you're grabbing an adult beverage or whatever, and we could sit here and discuss as we get to watch professional fighters fight.
Yeah. David, do you know Rob from McDojo Life? You know his site, McDojo Life?
I do. I know the site. Yeah, I've seen some of the cool stuff you've done there.
Yeah, Rob's gonna pop on with us in a little bit.
Yeah,
and
actually, let me know. He's standing by waiting. So let me know when you want to.
Yeah, bring him in.
All right,
yeah, bring him in. David and him have never met.
I can see him. He had a drink in his mouth right now, so I'm waiting to.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, if it's legal, you can do it. Rob, what's up?
Bring it to the stream.
Hey, what's up, man?
Your life itself, Rob.
How are y'all?
Good. Above you and below me is David Mullins, my friend. No, you can't see him that way, but that is exactly the direction he is. That's your ceiling. David is a sports psychology consultant and a very, very dear friend. And you know Mallory, right?
Yes. What's up, everybody? I'll just do the handshakes. Maybe we'll
Good to meet you, Rob.
You know, like a little.
And then the audience watching, Rob has at McDojo Life on every platform. Rob, give us a quick overview of what. Oh yeah, I'm making a piece for Rob about my view on my own perspective on what he does, about the importance of seeing that everybody fucks up, whether you do martial arts or you play piano or you're construction or a cop. Well, we don't want cops fucking up as much as they do, but whatever, that people make mistakes and we should all be able to laugh at it. That's a part of what you do, right, Rob?
Yeah, man. I call out fakes, frauds, phonies, and pedophiles and people who just abuse people in the martial arts industry. And we got a pretty good following right now, and people really support it. It's probably the hardest job I've ever had, because trying to figure out what is and what is not legitimate in martial arts is quite complicated, because something might not be legit to you, might be legitimate to somebody else based on what their goals are. So you have to be very careful about tiptoeing around the community without pissing everyone off, you know?
Yeah.
I hope half. I just want to piss half off, you know?
When Rob says pedophiles, that's because that's the low-hanging fruit. If you're a piece of shit and you hurt children, that's easy. We can find you and try to get rid of you.
Like today.
But on the other end, what did you have some of the worst aspects of martial arts today?
Oh, dude, it was a post about, no, it was yesterday. I'm sorry. It was yesterday's post about the guy in Egypt who was beating a living crap out of that kid.
Oh God. Yeah. If anybody didn't see that, go to Rob's site. You can see it. And then, David, did you happen to see that? There was a guy training kids, and the way he trained them was beating them up.
I didn't see it, no, but I'm not sure I want to see it. But
no, maybe you don't. Martial arts is the greatest thing in the world, and 97% of its contributions to the world are incredibly beneficial. And we got Rob to take care of the rest of them.
Hey, Rob, you could maybe focus on the mental coaching side of things as well, because there's so many frauds out there in that side. I mean, it's so easy to call yourself a mental coach. You could just call yourself a mental coach and then bang, you're a mental coach. And there's a few of those guys out there that are working with high level fighters, and there's a few that will spring to mind as obvious, but there's some that are less obvious that are just as much of a fraud. So
dangerous.
That's an area of it that it's easier to spoof it than it is for, like, you can watch a guy teaching technique and you can see straight away that it's bullshit, but for the mental side of things, it's much easier to spoof it, and when people don't know if it's real or like what actually is involved, then they don't know whether it's legit or not. So that's a problem in the sport as well.
Yeah, it's sad. I think that the thing is like it's so easy to convince people of something they don't know. Like if they have no experience in it whatsoever and you just sound confident, maybe you read a few articles on Google, and then after that it just takes its own shape and you're like, yes, this is how I do things. There's plenty of articles about this. This has been published. People know exactly how this works. Like, you're just making that shit up, aren't you? It's like, yes, he is. He doesn't know.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's a great part of the world we live in, that anybody can try to make a page about something. You call yourself a Ninja Turtles expert and you have a collection that you buy and sell, you can make a living. But you can do this with most things. There are people that say they are, experts in film or martial arts analysis or whatever, and they've never made films or done martial arts or trained anything. They learn to do what film critics do, or they learn to say the things that they've heard martial arts analysts say. And if they're well-spoken and professional, you will believe that what they're saying is equivalent to highly researched stuff. Now, in my field, that doesn't matter so much, because all you have is a bunch of people at home who think they know what they're seeing. But in David's field, you can have a fighter go in dangerously out of touch with reality, and they can get hurt badly.
Yeah, that's the problem, for sure.
Yeah, that's bad, man. Like you when you go to a professional, right? And I'm going, here's my money, and they go, thank you for the money. You would expect in return they give you the best service that they could give you, like legit, right? You put that professional title in the front, man, and people are sold. They'll pay you for it. So I hope that it happens less because of me calling people out. I don't think that it'll ever stop because I call people out, but at least I hope that it'll stop people from not thinking no one's going to be paying them any attention. At least give them that little nut in the back of their head to go, well, I might get called out on this,
what if I get caught? Yeah. You want people who are frauds to have the idea in their mind that they might get caught. I mean, if you go on Netflix, there's a lot of documentaries about people who bullshitted people and got caught. So it's good. Rob, you're making a documentary, I know.
Oh yeah.
But right now we live in a world where expertise, the reality of developing expertise, has started to be dissolved. The idea that expertise can be achieved by imitating experts is actually very dangerous. Expertise is acquired through, study and years of learning something. You can't become an expert by watching other experts, but it's a weird time for stuff like that. It really is.
Yeah. Just a lot of that crap going. It hasn't really stopped. Like, I remember being a kid. I have such good stories from martial arts. I love it. I remember being a kid, and my martial arts instructor was a friend with a guy who actually believed in the whole no-touch knockout stuff. It was Jack Hogan, and he ran a thing called Karate International. But when you have like a friend who's like an asshole, but you're like, hey, he's our asshole, so you still hang out with him and stuff, But like, you're like, yeah, I mean, we hang out, but we're not close. He's cool to hang around every once in a while. Well, I guess that was their relationship. I was on a work release program to teach martial arts, which was kind of fun. So I was in high school, senior year, and I get off halfway through school so that way I can go teach classes. I do their after school program. It was awesome. I got basically only had to do 2 classes and then leave. And so he brought Jack Hogan in one day, and he introduced me. And Jack Hogan goes, hey, man, can I show you something? And I go, yeah, sure. We walk out onto the mat. Once we get out onto the mat, he goes, I have a way of knocking you out without actually hitting you. And I go, all right, I don't believe you, but by all means, please do. And he turns his hand into a C, and he slaps the shit out of the back of my neck as hard as he can. Just, pow! Yeah. And I was like, ow, why would you do that? That hurt really bad. And so after that, he looked like he was puzzled. Like, he was very confused why I was still standing up. And he goes, you don't feel like you would get knocked out from that? And I was like, no. And as soon as I said no, he does it again. Bam! Right on the back of my neck. And again, it's like, dude, fucking stop. Like, you're hitting me in the neck. That hurts. All right, get it out.
Yeah, and truthfully, you could knock somebody out. And that's the other thing. Without hitting you, you are hitting me.
Yeah, I guess
hitting
it was a slap. But yeah, he slapped the dog shit out of me. But like, it was interesting because the look in his face was pure puzzled. because I wasn't on the floor unconscious.
Yeah.
And that was my first experience with a fraud. Years later, by the way, I wind up posting a video up of him no touch knocking out somebody on his floor on his seminar. And that was like the first post that Rogan ever shared of mine. So that was kind of like a full circle for me in my life.
I mean, these guys can easily believe your own hype. I mean, you think about it. You tell someone that I've got this new, never seen before out of the entire existence of his martial arts and history, that I can I can mystically render you unconscious. And maybe you get a couple of his students to go along with it. He's going to start believing that, like, hey, I could do this, that, and the other. That's where you get this stuff at.
I'd be amazed at the psychology behind that. Like, what makes people go along with when someone does some ridiculous self-defense technique to them that clearly does not work at all, and both him and the instructor are aware of this? What makes the student go along with that? That's what I'm really fascinated with.
I mean, what makes people follow cults, and what makes people...
Exactly.
It's that kind of psychology.
Same thing. Yeah. The belonging, lots of different things.
Yeah.
My friend, I had a good friend that was in that NXIVM cult, for real. But I haven't talked to. I don't want to. It's on HBO. It's called The Vow, and it's a cult that was a lot of actors and people like that were in it. And the guy ended up going to jail. He was branding people, and it's a real cult. And I had a friend. I don't want to get too much into it because they're still a friend. They're still a friend. Yeah, the branding cult. Yeah,
we're not supposed to do that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Don't brand it. Well, you can get a brand. If you choose to get a brand, the issue is when somebody blindfolds you and forces you to get a brand. But yeah, it's the same with anything. I mean, but there's been aspects of martial arts in good ways too, where you come up and you just have a deep belief in your type of karate or your type of Japanese jiu-jitsu or taekwondo or wrestling or whatever. And that was an aspect of that really when we started this experiment that we call free fighting or mixed martial arts or Valley Judo. It was partly like, there were most people had some belief system based in a few 100-year-old lineage that said my martial art is better than the others, and most people believe that. And here we are, 2020, Bellator 245, watching where that experiment has led. So it was sort of an undoing of those heavy belief systems.
Are they reading the chat? I'm not.
Yeah. Yes. CM. Mal's got the chat. Mal's got the chat there, and I'm going to Mal. Can I read it somehow other than you throwing some up, guys? We will throw questions and thoughts up in the chat. Mal, even weird ones or funny ones. In fact, especially weird ones and funny ones.
Oh, they're weird ones and funny ones. Okay, no problem. You got it.
So I will mention Captain Americas, Eric Alber. He is the coach of the Pitbull Brothers. He's going to pop on here in a bit. And at 10 p.m. Eastern time, we're my friends Kung Lee and Dave Leduc, the king of Lethwei. Oh, CM, when is Dave Leduc on? 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. West Coast. Him and Kung Lee will come in together, maybe depending on how many of us are here. A few of us will pop into the backstage area and wait for that fight with those two guys because I want to get Dave talking. Chris G, favorite ice cream. Somebody else. Mullins,
I got you.
What's your favorite ice cream?
Haagen-Dazs strawberry is the jam. Haagen-Dazs strawberry, dude. I could eat just 2, 3, 4 different cartons of that in one sitting. I know I won't, but I mean, it's that good to me. Haagen-Dazs strawberries.
Mullins, what about you?
See, this is going to sound like an awful boring answer, but if it's a good vanilla, you can't get any better than a good vanilla.
No, you're right.
Vanilla's
legit.
I go straight chocolate all the time. Make your,
of course you do.
Judgments, but yes.
Yeah, of course you do. And I'm not just saying that, So vanilla, though, you're right. The vanilla gets used as a term. Okay, so is that Leslie on her back? Yeah, Leslie's been. It's been a good fight. Vanilla is a term that gets used to mean general or boring, but vanilla is a delicious flavor. It is.
There is a question that came in for Rob, and I will read it to you, Rob, because I apologize because every time we put it up, it covers your face. So
that's okay. I have a face for radio anyway.
Will Mike Dolce ever fight George Lockhart?
That's a very random question.
That's what it's directed at you. So throw it in the lines. You got it.
I don't fucking know.
So I'm going to sort of draw a comparison earlier because Robin Black about to go in deep about ice cream. I was, but you know,
yeah.
I do go down rabbit holes. I don't know if anyone has noticed. I go on random tangents. But I was gonna say, so because Rob's here, we were talking about it. Mullins brought up a very true aspect that the mental coaching part of it. Some people literally might think that means, you know, you can do it, bro. Or hypnotism and nothing else, or like all of these kinds of things, and that's very common. But that's true in weight cutting as well. I will add, there are people who have varying degrees of nutritional and biology. You know, the reason why I'm asking is because Dolce says Lockhart is a fraud.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I was kind of thrown off by the question. Yeah. So I was like, I don't understand why you would ask me specifically. The interesting thing about guys in MMA or who have made it to a more elite level of fighting is they've earned their ticket to not be called a fraud anymore. Yeah. I mean, think about how long it takes for you to get from point A to point B on a stage like UFC, Bellator, one championship.
Both of those guys did fight, but now both of them are weight cutting gurus, right?
Oh, I got you. Oh, okay.
That's the part that and that's where I was going to connect that question. I'm not saying either of these. I'm not saying either of these guys are, but to really study the science of it is to study nutrition, you know, biology, sport performance, you know, like, you know, to study the biology of the body. And the two of them have done that to varying degrees. So I'll just leave it at that. I will leave it there. But it is not all that different.
I wasn't aware of, but I will say, like, it's interesting how people like to make martial arts almost an all-in-one, all-encompassing thing. And people have tried to do that with every sport as well. Like you see it with baseball. You want to be a real baseball player, you got to make sure you're taking care of your diet. You got to, like, look at Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth didn't get two craps about his diet. He was smoking every day, drinking.
But that is 100 years ago. That is 100 years ago. So it's not a perfect comparison.
Yeah, but look at John Jones. John Jones is snorting cocaine off of ladies' asses the night before a fight, and then bragging about it later.
I will add this to it. He would be better if he didn't do that.
He would be better if he didn't do it. Maybe there's a part of it. There's a part of it where he. Yeah. I don't know, John. I've never met John, so maybe not him. But where fighters have used things like that to take the pressure off themselves in a way, like, if they lose, they can say afterwards, well, I wouldn't have lost if I hadn't have done all that stuff beforehand. So it's kind of like, and if I win, look at me, I'm a hero. I just did all that crap before, and now I still won. So you know, there's it's like a you know, there's a double kind of bonus on that side of things. But I want a fighter to get to the point where they're seeing the pressure as something that it is what it is, and they're able to handle it differently. They don't need to self-handicap like that.
I have a theory about
that. So I
would,
but I will add this. That may work because of its, you know, whatever it gives you inadvertently allows you to perform more freely. But it will have a plateau. There is an inevitable stop to it, and the rest of the world gets better. So you could be so fucking good that by lying to yourself and manipulating your own truth to allow yourself to be freer by self-handicapping like that, you can be this good. But whether it's Dominic Reyes or Vadim Nemkov or whoever it's going to be, as they get better, you stay there or you know, or get worse. They continue. Eventually the world will catch up with you. Whereas if you never went down that road to begin with, it may be a harder road. It may be harder work. It may be a slower rise, but in the long run, if you stay healthy, you will be better in the long run by having never pursued that. David, will you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. And it's not even that. It's you don't even sometimes need the other guys to catch up. If you're not putting in your best possible preparation, then you're not going to put in your best possible performance. You might do enough to win, but you should be striving for your best possible, regardless. Not just doing enough. If 70% of you is good enough, then that's fine. But why would you ever settle for 70% of yourself?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. What you have to add to that?
What's that?
No, I think you're somebody else.
I thought you were waiting for. I'm trying to find the article. I remember reading an article or a quote that John Jones actually said that there would be a time in the camp that he would just go get blackout drunk completely, and that was almost as like he's generating a pre-built excuse in case he failed. Because he
said
about
that
this,
to Rogan.
That's where it was. I was trying to find that quote, and every fight now, because he's technically has a 0 in the loss column. Argue what you want about that one loss, but
nobody defeated him.
Right, every time he goes up, it's a higher climb and more risk, so more pressure. So therefore, if you've got a whipped up, ready-made excuse kind of already baked in, then you can kind of relax a little bit, and that's David does like you.
That's what Mullins. That's what Mullins was saying. It's called self-handicapping, right, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the term, and he's the example we can call on from MMA. But that's been a thing that has been done by athletes for, like Teddy Atlas talked about Michael Moore. He called him out on not doing his road work, and Moore kind of admitted to him, "I'm not doing it because if I lose, I can tell myself if I had done my road work, then I might have won the fight." So, and there's so many examples over the years of guys kind of giving themselves an out almost. And like I said, if they succeed, then they're Superman. They're able to succeed and do all the crazy stuff and are not prepared fully. But to me, that's one way of dealing with the stress and pressure, but it's not optimal. And it's kind of avoiding things. Where I want fighters obviously to be honest about the stuff they're feeling, and then let's find a way that we can manage it and push forward and give your best preparation possible.
Actually, for the first time, there's a somewhat question for you, rather than if I'm Evander Holyfield or if I'm a dead ringer for another fighter. Christian asks, how many fighters value the psychology? So, just answering from my perspective and some of the people that I know, I think that this is still kind of a new era of things. Like one of the things, especially in the United States, you get people that are almost afraid to talk about mental part of the game. Like if you actually needed help, you're borderline to the point where you're going to harm yourself. And it seems as almost something that is like a negative to reach out and ask for that help. And I think that
you're talking about life in general, right? You're talking about just in life, right?
So therefore, since that reaching for help has a stigma, I think that also we're getting to the point where needing a sports psychologist or believing in psychology has now started to become lifted, and it is encouraged. You see more athletes doing it. David, you obviously have a career at it, and it's like now that's the veil is starting to get lifted. Like it's not a sign of weakness. It is just as you trained your body physically, you also there are parts of your mind that you need to train as well. One of the more confident guys that I know is Raymond Daniels, and it's interesting because he's coming up to fight.
He's coming up right after Carvalho Polisi.
He fully believes, and there was a question earlier in there about telling yourself, "Hey, I can do this. I can do this." Before I would get ready to fight, I would say, "I'm faster than this guy. I'm smarter than this guy," and you're kind of pumping yourself up. He's one of the guys that has that rock solid belief in himself and his skills. It's almost unshakable. And I think that more and more people need to buy into and use psychology to help them with their game.
But it's got to be real too. Like Raymond Daniels really is that good. Also partly, and I'm going to defer to David here, but it's how would we get to, first we must be that good. And part of the process of becoming that good requires a particular amount of mental strength, training, organization, understanding my mindset, understanding how to get better, inventorying my behavior. All of that is your job too, right, Mullins?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the best example of this I kind of give is when I first met Conor McGregor. I had been working with Aisling Daly, Bellator UFC veteran herself, and then John Kavanagh asked me to kind of become available for the rest of the team. So he asked me to kind of put on a little seminar for the guys so that they could get an introduction to what I was really doing and how it would work and everything like that. So we did a seminar one Saturday in the gym. Everyone in the fight team was there. So I was talking through some of the stuff that I kind of work on. And Conor, I was talking about confidence. So I was talking about confidence and versus false confidence and like the difference between the two things, and talking about certain guys who kind of think they're better than they really are, and they're not willing to close the gap, kind of stuff on the difference between where they are and where they want to be, and they think they're there already. And Conor kind of piped up and said, yeah, but I'm going to be in the UFC. I'm going to be a UFC champion. Like that. This is 2009. I don't even know if he had fought in Cage Warriors yet. Maybe he had one fight, but I'm going to be a UFC champion for sure. And I was like, that's cool. I like whatever way I answered at the time, but what I saw was the work. This is the difference. This is like so many guys have said to me after that, I'm going to be a UFC champion, and you've never heard of any of these guys. But the difference with Conor and others is, and others like him who have done the same, is they had this belief that they could do it, but they also had this understanding of where they are now and the amount of work that needs to be done to bridge that gap, and then they had the willingness to go and do that work and execute it. So that's obviously where you want someone to be, is yes, I can do it. It can be done by me. If someone's going to do it, then I can be that guy. I know I'm not there yet, so I'm going to put a lot of work in, and that guy outworked everyone. I've never like he might not be a model, a role model in some ways, but in terms of an athlete, that guy's a role model for me. Purely athletically and his work ethic and everything like that. It was incredible watching that. He outworked everyone, and so, these were serious workers.
So, and let's bridge that gap between David seeing him and him being one of the 100 that said, I'm going to really do this. And I've seen the exact same thing. I've had 100 kids tell me I'm going to be UFC champion. Currently, none of them are or have been. Actually, Patrick Mix pulled me aside when I first met him in New York, and he said, Robin Black, come here. He goes, and then he like just lays it into me. And I looked at him like, fucking, this kid might actually do it, because he was talking about process and work and how he does it and why he outworks people and how he's learning. And what he said to me is, he's like, you keep talking about the importance of, improving your ability to improve your abilities. Like, that's what I'm all about. And that's what I was going to say is, when Mullins sees a guy, whether that turned out to be Conor McGregor or who else, and they say they can do it, from that day forward, and you say, I'm going to work my ass off, it's not just going to be brute work. We're going to have to learn to work better. We're going to have to learn to use our training properly. We're going to have to learn how to understand the truth about sleep and rest and life and all of these things. And that's all going to be part of it. That I'm not going to call David and say, I'm nervous about fighting. What the fuck do I do? I'm fucked. I need to start talking to him at the beginning and others like him, and it be a part of my entire process forever to refine my process itself, or else I'm not going to get there.
How you recover from setbacks and all that kind of stuff along the road, knowing that there are going to be setbacks. It's not going to be a plain path to the top. It's going to be, you're going to have to face setbacks and struggles along the way, and how you respond to those things is key. But it was it's pretty cool to see an example like that, because one of the things was, so at the time, George was probably the man. George St. Pierre was probably the guy, And he seemed like some kind of superhero if you're in a gym in Dublin, or if you're in a gym somewhere else in the world. He's the guy you watch on TV. He's some kind of special thing. But you never want to do that. You never want to see them as someone who's like, see it as unattainable, or see these as superheroes, because he was at the same level once himself, and like it's cool for me to have seen that firsthand, where someone who looked up to other people and was on a level way down, where like nobody knows who they are, and then they had this belief though that if someone can do it, I can do it. And seeing them coming through and putting the work in, because that belief, that real belief that it can be done, that's crucial. That stuff is crucial.
Yeah. But that's only the beginning.
It is possible. Yeah, that's only the beginning. That's only part of it, at least. Yeah, it needs to be the work and the like you were saying about the process of improvement.
Can I tell you a Conor McGregor story? David knows this one. So I'm in Vegas, and Conor is about to fight Jose Aldo. And I did a breakdown of Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo. It was one of my early ones. And I called it the Celtic Cross, his left hand, which apparently he liked. So there's a whole scrum. He's the biggest fucking thing in the world at the time. And all these people, he brushes past all of them to reach out his hand. He goes, "Hey, mate, passionate work, fantastic work, Celtic Cross, I love it." I'm like, wow.
Hang on now. Conor's not from Cockney. Conor's not from London. What are you doing?
Well, why don't you do a Canadian accent, and let's hear how that goes.
What are you doing?
Let's hear your Canadian accent.
Oh, I was waiting to hear A.
I think I was on mute when I did it there, but I'm not going to do it again. But trust me, it was good.
Yeah, same thing. Anyways, in his Cockney North English accent, he says, "Passionate work, mate," and so then he walks away, and then he's really drawn out. He's fighting at 145 pounds, and the media people are pulling him. He goes, "Well, what is it? Okay, one more." And he's a little edgy because he's human, and he's trying to cut 23 pounds in 3 days of water. And then he sees me, and he goes, "Oh, it's you. Okay, no problem." And I'm like, "Oh, fuck, this dude likes my work." So I start doing the interview with him, about asking him about Jose Aldo's right hook and he starts kind of pulling his teeth together, and he's kind of it's weird. Fuck, he was like connecting on a much deeper level to the idea of it. It was very hard to explain, and I've interviewed 100 high level fighters and 1,000 fighters and famous people or whatever. And he starts getting into this kind of very weird connection to the moment on a much deeper level than most people who are just going to say the answers to whatever the fucking question is and leave. And as it starts happening, I don't know how to explain this. And when I have tried to explain it, it sounds stupid. But essentially, I feel something weird. And I don't believe in weird metaphysical shit. But I can feel that his intensity is is some other thing. And it actually starts to kind of quiver my hand in a weird way. And I look at it, and I look at him, and then he's looking at it. And the whole thing was fucked up. So I called Mullins actually within 10 minutes of that, Dave?
Yeah, you were freaking out, yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this was fucking weird. And then that's when David told me about a number of scenarios where guys freaked out while he was looking at them at the weigh-ins. Mullins, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to bring Rob in on this in a second, but Mullins, talk about that.
So Cage Warriors fight, let's say, because I don't want to give away too much, but he done a stare down with his opponent, and it was really intense, like as intense as you've seen him maybe in the UFC. This was a different level of intensity from Conor, getting in the guy's face and everything, and the guy tried to hold it together, but backstage he was in tears. The opponent it was overwhelming. It was too much emotion for him. It was all too much.
Yeah. So, and you saw the same thing from Aldo on a number of scenarios. I had the weird experience of it myself And there are a number of times in Cage Warriors and others where the simple way people would say it is the other guy broke at the weigh-ins, right? The reason I said I want to bring Rob in on this is my functional explanation of this is nobody's doing anything to anybody, but any reaction that I have is created in me. So whatever reaction I have, whether I start being like something weird is going on here, is my reaction to somebody's intensity. Now, their intensity, some people are wonderful speakers. Fucking President of the United States can get a whole bunch of people all deeply connected to something with the way he carries himself, the way he speaks. Public speakers, you know, all different. This is not new. This is something. But what it isn't is Conor McGregor doing something to the opponent. What it is a type of, through body language and other things, a type of influence. All it does is it allows me to create the feeling of fear or anxiety or edginess or whatever. Rob, are you following me here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are definitely people, and it doesn't even have to be a fight. Like, there are people who can walk into a room and a room will go silent. Like, it's the strangest thing, and it's something that happens. And I'll give you an example of something that happened to me. It doesn't have anything to do with fighting, but it definitely goes along the lines of what you're talking about. So in Jacksonville, we have a mall. So we're walking in the mall. I mean, this is a busy, crowded mall when malls were actually crowded and busy. So we're walking, and there was a store, and I came out of the store, and as soon as I walked past the threshold, I stopped to check my phone. I looked up, and as I looked up, I noticed this woman who had a baby stroller, and she was walking, and she was about to cross the threshold of another store coming out of it. As she did, literally the second she stepped out to where the public was, everyone got silent. I mean, we're talking about 50 or 60 people.
Yeah.
And it was the strangest thing. It was like this woman, one, she was ridiculously hot. So let's not pretend that was part of it. She was smoking hot. But at the same time, it's just something about the way that she was presenting and carrying herself into the world. And Mike Tyson talks about this in great detail. It's one of my favorite parts of his documentary, where he talks about his mentality before going into the ring. Talks about sitting down, and he starts pushing the knuckles into the gloves to remove a little padding. He talks about getting into the ring, and he says his strongest moment and his moment where he feels freest is when he stares into the opponent's eyes and he sees them look away for just a second. And he says he knows
that's his. Yeah, that's his version.
What if they don't look away, though? What if they don't look away, like Evander Holyfield didn't look away twice?
Yeah.
Well,
you know what I mean? Or Lennox Lewis didn't look away. That's the problem with. That's the problem I have with that stuff.
So, but in general, if this is something that you have, you came up as a teenager and something about your environment allowed you to have this, or you studied it, you're a comedian, or you're a magician, or a public speaker, or a fighter. If it's something you have, we can use it as a tool. Now, David's point is in Tyson or any other scenario, if it all has to unfold exactly as we want it, that's not the same thing. If it needs to go one way or else. And I mean, I actually looked, and AJ, Anthony Johnson, right? UFC 205er.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I did a breakdown with him, and I had him looking into Gustafson's eyes first. And he's like, oh, man, I knew that guy on that night. I could feel it. He was going to break. And he talks about it. And then we show the fight. And then later I show him and Cormier, and he's looking away. And I said, what was going on at that moment? He's like, I just didn't feel quite right at that moment. I don't know how to explain it. And it was really fascinating. I never planned it that way. I never planned to put those to his reactions. But his reaction to them was, when watching it was, I knew no matter what, nothing could go wrong. I fucking had this guy. And then we watched, and of course, 2020 hindsight vision kind of thing is part of it too. But looked at the other one, it's like, yeah, someone's right. I just didn't know. Like, I didn't feel on that night. Dave, have you ever done that, where you've looked at moments like that and talked to fighters about it?
Yeah, I talk to them a lot about this stuff, where I don't want you to need a reaction from the opponent, because that's a non-controllable. We talk about controllables and non-controllables all the time. That's completely non-controllable how the opponent's going to react. So if you need him to look away to know that you've got him, you're screwed. Because like I said, like Evander Holyfield didn't look away, Lennox Lewis didn't look away, and that's not what I want preparation to be about. If you want to feel that intimidation for yourself and it helps you get up for it and you start to feel that coming through, that's cool. Do that stuff, but do not need a reaction from the opponent. Do not need something that's outside of your control, because what happens if you don't get it? Then that's
we're fucked.
That's a scary place. Yeah, exactly.
Like
Exactly. So that's
I
the
think
problem I have with
during that time was just going through that phase where he had so many, especially at that time in his career. I think he had so many people taking advantage of him, and I think that was the moment he truly started understanding just how badly. And I think his personal life was going to shit. And I think it was just something that almost like an insecurity, that he just needed that in order to feel like, okay, I have this, you know?
He's complex, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's complex, but that's a real complex dude.
You get to see, you're seeing more and more dimensions of Tyson as he's getting over with, the whole one-man show and everything else, and he's still evolving. I wanted to send a shout out to Watch My 666 user who put in the chat and David, you probably heard of it before, the observer effect, and I'll read my $2 Wikipedia definition right here, and it says the observer effect is, in physics, the observer effect is the theory that the mere observation of a phenomenon inevitably changes that phenomenon. This is often the result of instruments that, by necessity, alter the state of whether they measure in some manner. So by thinking like, everybody's looking at, or like you said, the lady comes there and all of a sudden everybody's looking there, believing that you can change things from that. So look up your $3 observer effect on Wikipedia. So, David, I wonder if you could speak to that professionally.
Not really, because that's even a misunderstood term within physics and stuff. So it's a bit woo, all that stuff. It's really misunderstood. So it's getting away from what I would work on and stuff like that. It's heading down a different path for me.
As you mentioned, control.
But it is. Yeah, but it is into the realm of what I'm curious about, because my job isn't to make to work with somebody and make them better. My job is to understand what it is, what I see, what it means, why it's there, how it hurts, how it's good. And I'm curious about these things from all different angles. So one of the great days I've spent outside of martial arts was I went to the Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh. And Andy Warhol was a genius artist. We think of the 15 Minutes of Fame and a few of these things, but his understanding of how other humans looked at each other, not of you, but of the way people saw you and the way that affected you, is fascinating. So his play with that artistically was he would do something called screen tests. And literally, he would ask the three of you one at a time to sit down with a camera, and he would say, okay, hi. And some people would be like, well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to do anything? And other people would just sit and talk. Other people would behave a certain way. But by putting that camera there, many of them acted the way they expected, that they thought they should when a camera was there. Others were scared. Others were affected. But it's fucking fascinating to watch. From as an outsider, again, this is not going to be funky worms. It's woo. This is not related to David's job, which is to get us past all this if we're going to fight a guy in a cage. But for me, and my job is, it affects, to understand how you're affected by the fact that you think other people are looking at you is fucking fascinating, because it affects everybody. It's a fascinating aspect. David has, some of you guys have kids, and your kids will be affected by this in great detail because of the world that we live in. The way people behave. Well, when fighters are interviewed after, and I notice it more on the UFC. I haven't seen a lot of post fights here, but they go over and they stand there, and it could be a fucking kid from American Idol or Pop Idol from 7 years ago. They all say exactly the same shit. They all stand the same way. They all behave the way that they think a fighter who just won a fight on television should behave. And to me, I find shit like that super fascinating.
Yeah, I one of the big things I do with fighters, so we did this kind of thing with the team once where I gave an example of, let's say, like this is for the walkout and just that those moments during the introduction before the fight. So I compared like Fedor to Diego Sanchez to you know, Ronda Rousey to and Cub Swanson, the way they get so riled up, and then like Holly Holm, who's nervously pacing back and forth, and Aldo, who's nervously looking down at the canvas, and all the different ways people have, other guys being a bit more playful and stuff. And I said they're all right. Every one of them is correct because it's themselves. It's them. They're being themselves in those moments. It's what they're comfortable with. There's no right way to be in those moments. It's except the right way for yourself to be. So you need to figure out who that is. And a lot of it is like some guys will be drawn to the way that a Fedor looks so relaxed and almost like he's going to go for a nap any second. Versus some guys will be more drawn to the Tyson style, the Ronda Rousey style, the Cub Swanson style. Like if you find yourself being drawn towards some of that, maybe that's because that's part of who you are, and that's part of your personality. So, but discover it, find out for yourself who you know what's the right way for you to be. But they're all right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Jens Pulver used to cry. Like Jens Pulver, like when he was talking in the documentary, he would say he would pretty much cry every fight, which surprised me because he came out of one of like the toughest MMA gyms ever. You know, like so I was really surprised that he would say that, but he openly admitted that was just how he dealt with the pressure, the anxiety, the nerves. He would just let it out, and I got to tell you, like it worked for him. You know, people can say what they want, but that dude was doing so well in his career because he was
one of my favorites.
Yeah,
he was one of my true favorites early.
I got to watch UFC. What was it? The one where Conor beat Chad Mendes and Rory McDonald and Rory McDonald, Robbie Lawler. I got to sit beside Jens Pulver for that. Yeah, I got to sit right beside Jens Pulver. It was awesome. It was awesome.
So cool.
Yeah.
We got to get Jens Pulver on this.
189.
David, you were there at that little venue in Vegas, right? I was there.
At 189, I was there. Yeah, that's probably the best event I've ever been to.
What was that little venue? Do you remember? It's a small venue in one of the hotels. Mallory went full screen. Okay, so those of you who are wondering why we're way bigger right now, we don't stream the main card, so you got to watch it in North America on DAZN, DAZN, or Paramount. We got to turn on our TVs too.
Yeah, guess who's also in here?
We got to turn on our TVs.
I didn't want to be that dude who had like a TV going while we're talking and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
No,
hey, look,
right.
It's Coach. So, guys, David Mullins is this way. Coach, that's my friend Mallory, and then McDojo Life. This is Coach Captain America's coach of the Pitbull Brothers and Triple C Henry Cejudo. How are you, Coach?
And the Eraser and Korean Zombie.
Are you training with the Eraser? Are you training with the Eraser right now?
Yeah, I'm down here in Brazil right now. I'm with his training partner right here. This guy is here to imitate Israel Adesanya.
Nice. Nice.
He's a
very nice.
So
He's long.
We're in Brazil right now.
Nice.
Hey, welcome Brazil to the chat. We have a lot of people from Brazil that watch in. I wish I spoke Portuguese and could greet them, but welcome to the chat, Coach.
So, Coach, tell us about getting ready, getting your. Actually, first, tell us about the Pitbull Brothers, because this is a Bellator stream. Talk to me about how the Pitbull boys are doing.
The Pitbull Brothers are training to invade and take over SBG. You know,
so Peter broke his hand.
Ireland, we're gonna burn ships and we're gonna take the throne, Game of Thrones. But you know, we just broke his hand. So now I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Peter smashed his hand. It's a really bad injury, so he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, Leandro Alter Ego. I just changed his name. That's news today on your show, Rockin' Black. He's no longer Leandro Pitbull. I'm changing his name just like I changed Paulo Costa's name to the Eraser. It used to be Borrachinha. Nobody knew what it meant. Leandro Pitbull. I told him there's too many Pitbulls in the UFC. So now I named it Leandro Alter Ego. It's a character out of Fortnite, which is kind of what's kind of trending right now. And then you got Patricky, the king of KOs. He's looking to fight probably in the next few weeks within in October. We were supposed to fight October 3rd, but I think we're going to move it back a little bit. And then, the greatest fighter of all time, pound for pound, Patricio Pitbull. We are on a Bellator podcast. We are on a Bellator podcast. And everybody wants to think that because you're in Bellator, that you ain't shit. Well, I'm here to tell you. I'm here with Paulo Costa. I trained Triple C. I trained on Team Nogueira. We had guys like Anderson Silva. We had Gino Dos Santos on the team. I trained the Korean Zombie. I'm telling you, Patricio Pitbull is pound for pound the best fighter in the world, and he's a Bellator fighter. And that's all I got to say about the Pitbull brothers.
Yeah.
And we got
people
Arya
are nuts,
Stark.
right? Yes,
Arya
true.
Stark.
So people are crazy. This is a different topic, but essentially, these are just companies. They're just brands. They're entertainment companies, and there are two big ones, two good ones, and there's a good one in Asia called One Championship. But they're just companies. The athletes themselves are what it's about. The athletes themselves are not dictated by what brand is worn on their shorts, But the average sort of casual consumer maybe doesn't quite understand that.
Oh, for sure they don't, and not even the average consumer. You saw me back in, I think it was in Connecticut, right before the COVID-19 hit, the week after weigh-ins, the fights were canceled. So you saw me. I was fighting with the media. The media was also about it too, and I told him, I said, wait a minute, hold on, you want to interview Patricio Pitbull? But when it came to put him in the rankings, you guys didn't even put him in top 15 because he's in Bellator. The guy has two belts. Are you serious? He beat the greatest lightweight of all time in Michael Chandler. And now you're here wanting me to get you an interview with him. And you're trying to tell me, oh, I need an interview. He's so good. I go, well, then why did you rank him so low? So I got on him. I said, you, the media, are the ones doing this narrative that, you can't be in the UFC or you can't be good if you're not in the UFC, which is just not true.
Well, Coach, maybe it's due to you, but all of a sudden now they're talking about it. ESPN and all these places are trying to compare the different champions. You're seeing it now. Maybe it's you. Maybe you did that.
Maybe we're coming after Volkanovski. Listen, we got City Kickboxing figured out. Israel signing Volkanovski.
Coach is lagging.
Taking Koreans out. I'll throw them. Can you hear me?
Coach, hang up and come back in. Yeah, I'll text you. Hang up and come back.
There you go.
Also, we have hanging out in the lobby when Coach gets his connection fixed. Ross Levine is here waiting to go. So you let me know let me know who you want me to bring in.
Yeah, let's bring in Turbo Ross Levine. Peeps watching, thank you for watching. 7 minutes from now, we will have the main card on Paramount, DAZN, etc. David Mullins is down here, sports psychology consultant. Ross Levine, what's going on?
What's up, brother? How you been, man?
Good. David Mullins is over here. He's a sports psychology consultant. He's a very good friend of mine. And then down here is Rob from McDojo Life. Do you know McDojo Life?
We do know McDojo Life.
You were on Full Circle about a year after I was on Full Circle back in the day. So
Yep.
Back when I got punched in the head for money.
now you've moved on to bigger and better things.
Ross, I was going to tell people about this earlier, but I wanted to wait till you were here. Can you join us tomorrow night?
I'm gonna be. I can make something work. I can make something work.
Okay, good. Because amongst the other guests that we have tomorrow night, my very good friend Dr. Stu McGill is going to join us.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
So,
what
Mullins, McDoge? I think he's going to come on for like a lot of the night.
No way. Okay.
I think I think he's going to come up, but I'll let you know exactly. So those of you watching who don't know, Dr. Stu McGill is a professor who he's retired now, but he was a professor of spine biomechanics. Ross, is that about accurate?
He's just the guru, man. I mean, yes, and amongst other things. I mean, the guy has written textbooks that I was forced to read. It wasn't forced, but was on the curriculum list for my graduate program in physical therapy school. So yeah, McGill is the man.
So it's Dr. Stu, and he's a fucking character too. He's smart. He loves fighting. And when he and I get together, we literally just nerd out over this stuff. You guys will love him. So anybody watching right now, you can do a quick search around. He's on Instagram. The one on Twitter is a fake Dr. Stu, but he's on Instagram and he's around Dr. Stu McGill or Dr. Stuart McGill. He on planet Earth, there are very few human beings who understand the way that the body of a professional athlete or any kind of human moves, and better than Dr. Stu. Ross, would you agree with that statement?
Without a doubt. I mean, he's one of the very finest. I mean, when you're talking about not only just writing a textbook, but writing a textbook that like the American Physical Therapy Association deems worthy of every accredited school and university to use, you know your stuff. So yes, one of the most talented guys in the world for sure.
Robin, I've got Coach back.
Okay, let's bring Coach back in for a minute.
There we go.
Coach, how's your Wi-Fi down in Brazil, Coach?
We got some Haiti. It's not good. It's not good. It's going in and out. It's going in and out.
Well, that's okay. We just wanted to get you on to catch up and see how Pitbull's doing. So Costa, you were training with Costa tonight? This guy, Mullins, works with SBG sometimes from a sports psychology standpoint. So you guys can be enemies now.
No, I respect Coach. I'm a big fan of Coach.
Let them know we're coming to invade their land.
It's a great story.
But on the real, I was saying we're going at not just SBG, CKB too, City Kickboxing. We got them figured out too. I got Patricia Pitbull, Triple C, Korean Zombie. We'll throw Patricia against Hangman Hooker. Let's get it going. Bellator, let's get a cross promotion. Bellator versus UFC. We already did it against Rise.
Coach, you got Costa fighting Adesanya in a couple weeks?
Correct. September 26th. We leave actually on Tuesday.
On Tuesday for Vegas. Mm-hmm. And how is Costa looking?
We don't fly to Vegas.
Muscular, it would be my guess.
Yeah, he's really strong. You know that this guy's trains.
No shit.
I was telling yesterday, everybody wants to know what he's on, and I tell him he's on the mat 6 days a week, 6 hours a day. I got to fight to get him off the mat. This guy is so dedicated, so motivated, so driven that it's almost unlike anything I've ever seen before, and I've seen a lot, but he's the real deal.
The mat, is that the new name for like Guyana ball? No, I'm just kidding. just fucking with you.
Hey, they test them. They test them.
I know.
They came here twice already.
No, I know. It's like the thing is when humans look that way, sometimes people right away. I mean, hey, but you're on the other hand. While we got you here, the Pitbull guys are always saying Chandler's on the shit for the exact same reason because he's muscular.
Has entered the chat.
Exactly.
Right. So you know you have to be able to handle that.
True. I got your point.
Yeah. It's the same thing, but it's all good.
Touche.
Yeah.
But if
I love
UFC, if he doesn't go to the UFC, like like they're saying he might. That might be the reason people are saying. So
yeah, but he also might get paid more. I don't think he has yet, but there's Bellator will want to keep him. One Championship will want to bring him over to fight Eddie Alvarez, and the UFC will want him too. And if you're Michael Chandler, and you got to give Mike credit, man. Michael has worked his whole life to find this exact window where not only is he going to fight out his contract, he's going to do it with a knockout in the first round over a former champion. Like Mike made this situation for himself. So much love to Michael Chandler, no matter where he goes.
Yeah. I always like to see those guys do well when they get to the UFC because then it proves my point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. True. So I just got a text. Kung Lee is going to join us within a minute or two, and my friend Dave Leduc, the King of Lethwei, is going to join us. So who wants to go and hang out in the back and watch while I bring these guys on?
Dude, I'll peace out, man. I'll peace out. I appreciate you guys having me on.
I'm gonna jump out as well, guys.
So we got Rob and David. David, thank you for being on tonight. Absolutely fascinating insight. I gotta get his contact information because I'd love to bounce some ideas.
I'll hook you up.
Rob, thank you for taking the time. It's McDojo Life on Instagram. Soon that documentary will be coming out soon. So thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I love
Mel.
both you guys. And Mullins, get some sleep and love to your family. And I miss you, man. And Rob,
if you're hanging Raptors now,
get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, guys,
I'm from Toronto, and I disapprove.
Thanks, David.
And then Rob, if people jump out, just feel free, pop back in anytime. If it slims out in here, pop back anytime later, brother.
All right, cool, man. I appreciate y'all.
Right.
At McDojo Life.
There he is.
Thanks, McDojo Life.
All right,
Coach, you know McDojo Life?
I've
on
seen
Instagram?
it on Instagram.
Yeah. Interesting. He's a good cat.
Let's see, Rob, one quick programming note. We have got the program coming up, so we'll sync up. I am going to take a 30-second dip out just real quick so I can let this dog out before she starts barking, and I'll be right back before our
right. Sounds good. So, Coach, do you know Ross Levine right next to you?
What's up, Ross?
Turbo Ross Levine, Glory Kickboxing. Are you a champion right now, Ross? You carrying a belt? Ross is frozen, it seems.
But he's
Coach,
fighting.
Yeah.
He's fighting right soon, right?
Ross, are you booked to fight, Ross?
No,
soon?
I'm not booked right now. I'm still waiting to see what Glory's going to do. I know they have some shows that they announced in October, but right now with the EU travel ban, I can't get over there. So I'm just staying in shape, training hard, and as soon as they give me that call, I'll be ready to roll.
Man, it's been crazy. It's been 6 months.
I know. I haven't fought since September of last year. It's been almost a year. It's been almost a year. But I will say that I've had the pleasure of having a lot of really good people around me. So, a lot of people will take this time and just kind of slack or not grow or just complain about not having fights. But I'm sitting here training and sharpening these swords. So I'm going to have a whole nother skill set ready for these people when I get back.
So I don't know if you guys see, Coach, you don't have the fights, eh? We don't get to stream the card, so you're not going to be able to see it.
I need to see if my buddy is it supposed to be on ESPN in Brazil, but I haven't found it.
Well, hopefully your buddy will find it, or else we're just going to have to tell you about it. But they're showing flashbacks, of course, of Ray Daniels. Ross, tomorrow Ray's going to pop on after his fight tonight too.
Nice. Yeah, actually, so Ray's at Mohegan Sun. It's only about 40 minutes from me. So Ray and I have such a good history. So we're going to try and link up before he goes home.
Nice.
We'll hang out, watch some football or something.
There you go.
Mallory, have you seen Kung Lee or Dave Leduc backstage yet?
I have. Wait a second to see. Nope, not yet. I'm making sure to keep a watch out to see if we get we get any newcomers that are coming in. So I got the.
And what are you guys seeing right now? I want to sync up our TVs. I see Ray.
I got Ray pacing back and forth. They just zoomed out.
Stankovic is Stankovic, excuse me, is the camera's on him. We'll wait till we get the clock. Hey, Piper. we'll wait till we
get Mallory's best friend right here.
When the cat hears my voice, the cat comes on screen.
Always comes right. Maybe it's Robin too.
I think it's got to be Robin. You know. So
I'm so excited for this fight.
Oh yeah. When we get the clock, sync up.
Kung said he was on.
Ask him to. I didn't see him pop in unless he came in when I 30-second hiatus.
Okay. Can.
There he is. He's getting ready to come
There he is.
Yep, he's coming in.
All right.
So getting them connected. And entering the stream right now is the world famous Kung Lee. Mr. Lee, welcome.
Kung Lee, how are you?
I'm doing good. I was having a little bit of a problem getting on. Sorry.
No problem. Are you seeing? Are you seeing Ray touch gloves right now?
I'm up a little bit.
I'm at 441, so I'm probably ahead of you guys.
Oh, you're way ahead. Yeah, I'm 446.
I will pause.
Okay, I'm with Kung. All right, immediately through the spinning kick. Kung, do you know Coach down next to Captain America's?
Yes, I know that, Coach.
What's up, Kung?
What's up, man? How you doing?
And then
since we were coaching Dave Batista back in 2012.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, come on, yeah. I remember you.
So how's Ray looking?
Pretty smooth. There's a spin kick to the body. Oh, a double reverse spin kick. So spin one way, spin the other way.
Yeah, you're a few seconds ahead of us.
All right, I'm pause. I feel like I'm cheating.
Yeah,
I'm
at 401. 4 minutes, 359, 358.
356. So we're about
right. Ray is flowing. Kung, check it out. Ray is flowing nice.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I got my app going, and it's I don't know what's going on. It's like going in circles. Hold on.
Well, trust us. The guy is going to kickbox with Ray.
Yeah, Pete's a tough dude, man. He fights for glory as well. I fought on the same card as him. He's a tough dude. I'm curious to see what happens with this.
Yeah, I was gonna say now this is interesting.
Okay, Ray's on his back now, right. And he's mounted.
Yeah,
first time in his Bellator career that he's been in this position.
That's correct.
Yeah. So
okay, now I just got on. I see it now.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes exactly.
Yeah. So
you're about 25 in front of us.
Oh wow.
Kung, have you got it up?
Yeah, I got it up.
So Ray got back to half guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ray's work. Opponent is Peter is staying super low. Yeah, he's staying super low. So he can't.
Might just be trying to exhaust him a little bit.
Yeah, and just trying to keep it, I think.
He's almost out the back door now. Oh, Ray took his back.
Yeah, Ray's on the back.
Break away. Now they're back on their feet.
Mr.
Good stuff. Okay, now watch for head. Yeah. Okay, Ray will throw some head kicks early. Yeah.
Pete's been doing a good job of chopping the leg.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that Ray's had an issue with, like in his kickboxing career.
Yeah, I mean Ray's already like so much. His level is so much higher. He's the guy's moving forward, but it's just a matter of time. He's gonna.
Yeah, Ray, that little up jab with the right hand was really nice. I'm a few seconds behind you guys, I think.
He just hit a jumping knee.
Yeah,
he's I don't know,
for a little inside trip. Yeah,
we'll try to get it up. Oh, nice.
Oh, he almost got a takedown. It's jumping round now to the head.
Yeah. Yes, I love it. Ooh, yeah, I'm right behind you, but off the single leg to the head kick. That is smart.
Good change.
This guy's throwing bombs.
Yeah, he is.
Kung, do you know Ross Levine? Ross Levine in the top corner. Ross fights for glory.
We've never met, but actually, you're one of the main reasons I got into martial arts and kickboxing. I used to watch your Sanshao fights back in the day, back when they were on TV and stuff. So my dad's a huge fan as well. So very cool to be in the same window as you, sir.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome.
Ray doesn't look tired at all.
Oh, he just missed a back kick.
Yeah. Oh.
That bomb almost got through.
Yeah.
This isn't Pete's natural weight class either. I don't think he cut much weight. He fights in glory at 155.
He actually came in under.
Yeah. Figured he would.
Ray's hitting body shots.
I was just gonna say, like the body work.
Oh wow! Ray just shot in for a double.
Yeah, which is cool. Why not?
Yeah,
make you think about it.
That wouldn't have been on the game plan if I was prepping for Ray. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have had. Hey, watch out for the double leg.
Yeah, exactly.
If he would have got the takedown, then.
Yes.
Then his opponent would have been a lot more leery of it. Then the strikes open up. I think I feel like my striking opened up a lot because of the throws. Like in Sancho and stuff like that.
Mr. Lee, I would love to say
that.
I would say you got me into when I think it was a Strike Force. I started watching, and I remember talking to one of the instructors at our school when you fought Frank. Been a huge fan ever since then. Loved your work. Loved it when you came up to the UFC. So, as Ross would say, great honor to be in the in the squares with you as well.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Everybody loves Kong.
Hard not to.
Yeah,
hard not to. It's true. When I went over and commentated the World Sanda Championships in Kazan, Russia, at the World Wushu Games. And the whole time, literally, I was just, and I studied it a fair bit, but I was watching all this setup, and it's still and they must have watched these kids growing up must have watched your tapes. The way that they blend it now, and this was 2017, I think, and the way they blend it now is kind of the game you played 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man. I definitely miss it, but not the training.
No.
It's an easier life now. Easier life.
Ray, so I'm a few seconds behind you guys, but Ray faked the spin kick with the back leg and then threw the right hand. Really, really nice. It just looked like the same movement.
That might have been low.
Yeah.
So we're 417. It was definitely one that's a low shot.
Yeah.
They've taken the clock off. Obviously, we're dealing within a low kick, low shot timeout. We'll see on the replay.
There's a lot of painful low kicks. Oh, Dave LeDuc's coming in.
All right.
Yeah,
there he is.
Right on the cup.
Yeah. And there's a lot of bad turning kicks.
Dave? Hey, Kung. What's up, Robin? What's up, guys?
Dave, this is Mallory. Mallory Woods, longtime Taekwondo, full contact kickboxer. And then Ross Levine over here. Ross is a glory kickboxer. And of course, Kung.
What's up, Dave? How are you, man?
Who's the guy with the black shirt on the corner on the
bottom? He's a legend. He's a legend.
What did I miss?
A spinning back kick to the groin.
Well, shit.
Yeah. Ray turning side kick to the nut. Turning side kicked his opponent straight in the cup, heel straight to the cup.
I'll tell you what, man. I've been on the receiving end of several of Raymond's spin kicks. His spin kick is one of the hardest things I've ever been hit with in my life, and this is in point karate. So taking a low blow, man.
Yeah,
it was straight on. I remember one of the first times I ever fought Ray. He hit me with the spin kick. I had both my arms. He kicked through both my arms, and I had a bruise on my chest. I mean, the dude's a miserable dude to work with when he starts spinning like that.
So the guy's covered. You recovered and the fight is on, or what's up?
Not yet.
He's currently talking to the doctor, but he is talking and nodding, and I have a feeling it's on. Dave, do you have? Are you able to see the fight, or you don't have it there?
Right now, I'm not. I'm just literally just got in, so I don't know. You guys.
Kung, do you have a link? Kung, do you have a link?
I didn't get a link. I had to go and buy it off.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, Dave, I was going to ask Kung if he had a link. And it was like, hey, Kung, pop in. He goes, I'm going to call Scott Coker and ask him to send me a link.
Yeah.
Because when you're a legend, when you're a legend like Kung, you just call and you just say, hey, Scott, send me a link. But I said, share it with Dave. But Dave will have to just walk you through this. So how are you, man? Are you doing good?
I'm good. Yes, we're actually stuck in Canada right now because of the travel restrictions. So we're making the best of it, training hard. I actually have a fight coming up.
I can't wait for that fight.
Yeah, I'm excited. And actually, Kung, we're going to talk offline later. Would love to have you if you can make it. We'll talk.
Of course.
So
Can
you talk about the fight, Dave?
I think I can. I mean, not the fight. I can tell you though that I didn't. It's not even announced yet, but we just got the contracts today, so it should be in the United States.
In the United States. Oh, cool. Cool. And is this World Lethwei Championship?
No, right now I'm on because of travel restrictions. I'm excused of my obligations during the pandemic.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So we will be seeing a different fight in the United States.
But can be Lethwei though. Yeah.
I like it.
Dave,
it will be Lethwei.
You have to cut.
Of course. Yeah.
How much weight do you have to cut for this fight?
I'm actually already on weight. It's open weight, Kung. So yeah, I'm already 175 right now. So
okay, awesome.
Potatoes. Doesn't matter.
Dave, who is commentating this? Why do I not know about this?
I don't know. You're exactly my point. It just fell on my lap, Robin. You're. I was gonna call you right now, so don't worry.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but Ross, maybe you didn't hear, but I was the Lethwei Analyst of the Year last year.
He's the man. Man.
It does, man. Nothing you do surprises me.
Yeah. No, for sure. And
thank you.
So you're allowed to comment Lethwei even though you comment MMA.
Yes. My deal with Bellator is and actually Bellator. I mean, Kung will tell you about these people. They're so fucking great, but they're very accommodating and they're very sort of facilitating family type thing. But they were like, we don't want you to only work for us. We want you to travel and commentate different kinds of martial arts. We want you to do what you do, which is learn all over the world and consume martial arts globally. That'll make you better when you work for us. So it's important. And they encouraged me to do it. Yeah.
That's a good deal.
It just brings more notoriety to your name. Not that you needed any more of it, but looks like fight's back on.
Yep.
Okay. So, Dave, we're gonna
I'm gonna go buy it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
He's a gamer. I like it.
I like the way you're thinking, Dave. Okay, so
again.
That I thought that was to the leg. I got to see a replay on that.
Oh no! It was another turning side kick to the nuts. No, it was low.
He kicked at the left leg. Time, though. They kicked at the same time.
Right. That's.
So they have an excellent referee who will understand that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was the first one.
It's worse. Yeah.
It's worse than the first one.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's Dave. It's full side kick up as he jumping spin kicks in.
Fuck.
Fuck. You make a big video out of that, Robin.
I don't see this going on. He's holding it from behind. So.
Yeah, that's.
He's gonna
once you're getting at it from the back, once you're trying to get at it to support it from the back, it's bad. Let me show you again. Full side kick, spinning kick to the groin.
All right, you think they take a point?
It's over.
It's done. It's a done deal.
Yeah,
and Ray's not.
The doc,
yeah,
I think I just saw the doc just wave it.
Yeah.
So that's our second fight for the. Yeah, they're waving it off now.
Oh, they're waving it off.
Yeah. Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
No contest, huh?
Yeah. Well, what do you go? Actually, that's a good question.
I think it will be a no contest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was during a kick. That is an excellent referee.
Let's see. He's in pain, man. I feel
he's gonna need some ice for that.
Oh my God, yes, he is.
I don't know if ice is gonna cut it.
No,
I think he needs like.
You may have to go to the doc. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Ray, that spin kick from Ray is savage.
Yeah.
Take two back to back.
Great sportsmanship.
It's
over there and talking to him.
Yeah.
It's for as good
it's
as
another ruptured penis, guys. It's another ruptured penis.
Where did watch my 666? Where are you at again? I'm looking for the comments. We've got comments coming up.
We got a lot of ruptured penises tonight.
A lot of ruptured penises tonight. No good. Look, everybody in here who has kicked and been kicked against is taking a shot like that. It makes me cringe. That happened to me fighting one time out in California. I tried to be all tough, jump right back to my feet, and immediately realized it was a mistake. Told the referee, I got to go to the bathroom. And it was pain for the next 24 hours. It was
for sure.
Man, oh my God. Everybody's here's lived through it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Kong, what's the worst groin shot you've ever sustained?
You know, I've been fortunate. You know, I've been fortunate, and I wear those steel cups, and I've been fortunate. You know, it's just, you know, I've been actually. It's like my son when he was smaller, and he came up to me and punched me in the balls, and that knocked that took me down. So he just came and punched me for no reason. So that was the worst right there.
That's very much your son. That's what's going on right there. Dave Leduc, King of Lethwei, have you ever headbutted somebody in the groin?
No, that would be a bit weird. By the way, I'm in. I think I'm in right now. I just got the link.
Nice. Excellent.
Excellent.
Because we do have a bunch of other really good fights on the card. We got 3 world-class strikers, really 4. And Mallory's retired, but we've got world-class strikers here, and me. Ed Ruth versus Taylor Johnson, Kat Zingano versus Gabrielle Holloway, and then Lyoto Machida in the main event against Phil Davis. So
where we
got some good fights.
They're probably going to call it. Let's see if they call it a DQ or a.
Yeah.
If they would have taken a point, they'll end up DQing them, won't they?
No, because they won't go to the scorecards.
Yeah,
Should I do a breakdown of that kick to the groin? So Dave and Kong, they send me footage and then I do breakdowns and do it right here. Should I do a breakdown of the groin kicks?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I think you had that in your mind before you asked us.
Robin loves everything has to do with groin. So.
Yeah. Can I have that footage of the groin kicks? He might not send it to me, but if he does, we're gonna do a breakdown of it. So, have they announced yet whether that is a DQ?
They have. I can kick my audio on for a second. I think that's okay. What do you think?
They might kick you off.
Let me mute my mic. I'll mute my mic and I'll get the scoop.
Okay.
Kong, are you in San Diego right now?
No, I'm in San Jose.
San Jose, yes, yeah. Okay.
Excuse me,
cool. How's the situation there? Like everybody freaking out?
Oh, the sky is completely. There's no sun. Well, the sun when it comes through, it looks like red. It's like end days. It's like Bible stuff.
Okay.
It's crazy. Yeah. My car has ashes on it. So it's crazy.
Are you kidding me? What the? Wow.
Yeah. Heed the signs. Heed the warning.
It was ruled a no contest because they had not completed 2 rounds. So that's.
And he was not disqualified. Yes, that's what I thought. So as long as you're not disqualified, if 2 rounds haven't been completed, then it is a no contest. So good. That's good.
That's a good pull, man. Owl City, man.
Yeah, I feel for him.
Yeah, I mean,
for both of them. I mean, you guys are feeling for Ray right now. I mean, Ray's our friend, but don't you really feel for the man who got kicked in the nuts worse?
Exactly.
So guys, please explain to me something, because I wear that that steel, like it's fucking solid steel cup. They wrap it up in my behind my back, and it fits perfectly in it. I don't know. I feel like I never got a nut shot. I feel like if I would get a solid shot on this, if it hits the cup, I should be fine. But I don't know. Maybe I never received one.
So here's the thing. Like where the edges of the cup go, that's still soft tissue.
True.
Right? Still very, very soft tissue. So basically, instead of getting a heel directly into some aspect of your genitalia, you get a curvature-shaped metal blob smashed into the outside. So it still hurts. But let me throw this out there. Kong, you give me your opinion. You've traveled the world. You've seen these guys who toughen their throats, these guys who like bend rebar with their neck, these guys who take kicks to the groin. If kicks to the groin were legal in martial arts, we'd all do that, right? Either we'd learn to never get kicked in the groin, or we'd just learn to take it. Don't you agree?
I agree. Yeah.
Old school point karate. Some states would let you groin kick. Texas
and California.
Oh my!
What?
Yes.
And you would see the point fighters, much like you were demonstrating before, would pick their leg up and machine gun kick at each other, and then it would just be snap front kicks, just right to the groin every time.
Okay,
or
hold
drop
on.
underneath with the reverse round kick.
It used to be legal in Lethwei too, by the way. It was
what?
Legal. Yeah. It only a couple, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it got removed.
What got removed?
More than that,
and so, but that really, both of you guys illustrate my point here. We all fall down like we were shot with a rifle when we get kicked to the groin. But if it wasn't illegal, we would not do that. We would learn how to take it, and we wouldn't, because you get hit in the neck, you get hit in all the breadbasket, all kinds of things knock you down, but they're legal in fighting. If we could kick each other in the groin, we'd be standing around kicking each other in the groin just like leg kicks and handling it. Kong's laughing, but it's true.
Yeah.
I think those are those traditional kung fu, and even some of the Shaolin monks, right? But what I hear is they pull it up there, but and it's not there. So, and then they know how to release it. That's what I hear, because you should see some of the demonstrations that they do. There's no way that a nutsack could handle that shit. Period.
Hold on. So you train your body to actually take your testicles and pull it up back inside your body, like when you were like a little kid?
That is what I hear with these guys. I'm not into the Shaolin stuff. I know they when they have that kind of training, they cannot have any more. They can't have kids, basically. But for me, I mean, I just that just doesn't make sense for me to train that way, or wanting for my nuts to get pulled up.
It wouldn't fit.
So, Kong, there was a few comments from some of our viewers that agreed.
I told you, I'm not lying to you guys. They do that stuff. I mean, what they get hit with down there for a demonstration, I just like scratching my head. I'm like, okay, there's gonna be some internal damage later on. I don't care how much G you have. It's just
Dave, headbutts or retracting your testicles into your body? Which would you rather deal with?
Nah, this is crazy for me, man. Fuck that.
But see, there's a difference, right? When you get hit in the head, your balls probably suck up because the headbutt's so powerful, boom, and, your body's rocking.
Maybe.
What does more damage, though, Robin? What does more damage? A Raymond Daniels spin kick to the groin or a Dave LeDuc headbutt to the groin?
That's a great question. I think there's a misconception about headbutts that it's always a knockout, right? It's for me, I use it as a tool in the clinch to draw blood, to cut the eyebrows. Like I only, it's not always a knockout. I'm still waiting. I had some knockdowns, but I'm still waiting for like a fucking
headbutt knockout.
Yeah. But Dave also uses it as within the almost a jab within the clinch. So a jab at distance, will get a reaction to do something. Within the clinch, Dave's jab, either real or fake, can be used to set up something. It's like a miniature jab. It's a miniature hook.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, right. Like in the clinch, let's say we're holding each other's biceps, or we're clinching, we're holding the neck. It's another limb. It's another hold that we don't see coming. And even if you see coming, you have to block. So you kind of lose a limb to block the headbutt. It's a different game. So you have to train it. That's why a lot of Thai fighters that come to Lethwei have a hard time, because it's like they're used to not having that threat, that extra limb.
But Dave,
Ross,
I believe I've seen a few of your headbutts knock the guy out cold, and you really didn't even put anything into it. I think if you did, it would be worse, because I believe the skull up here is stronger than like a cheekbone.
Everything.
I mean,
it's something that I don't understand why we're so afraid of it. I'm making a compilation right now of everything, the Punisher, everywhere. There's headbutts in culture everywhere, right? But it's illegal in the main, or it's like it's looked upon, frowned upon in culture. Like it's so natural. It's something that if done properly, we should be able to to do it without. I kind of like that it's controversial, because it's part of the.
Of course.
Of course,
it's part of
more people talk.
It won't be
controversial.
But it won't be controversial forever, because Lethwei is such a pure art form. It will influence others, and 2028 headbutts will be present in other martial arts or other types of fighting. But the first thing we have to do, if we do any kind of martial art, as there's something dangerous, we have to learn how to protect ourselves from it. So when Dave goes to headbutt me, he'll headbutt me. If he did it enough and I lived, eventually whatever choices I would have to make to minimize that becomes a primary purpose of my movements, of my choices, of my fighting. I have to protect myself against this dangerous thing. So in 50 years, if you have headbutts everywhere, they'll become less prevalent because they're so dangerous. We have to learn how to protect ourselves from it. And what a Dave Leduc will do is take advantage of the holes that open as I protect myself from it. And that game goes on, as you know, goes on forever. And that game is the ever-changing part of fighting.
With Mark Coleman on Instagram today, and basically, the back in the days, the guys were not training their neck as much, and like I feel like it's starting to pop even more, because this is such a crucial part of our. That's how when we get shot in the face, it's even good for Bellator fighters, MMA fighters, anywhere. Like, we should have a strong neck. We do our bicep, a lot of that, but they don't. It's very important to be able to absorb shot. It's not the chin that's strong. It's the how strong how strong the neck is. So that's my little fun to experiment on.
Yeah, the stability, and the tension. So the term chin is slang.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's a crazy slang. And once upon a time, so commentary and descriptions in fighting or anything changes sort of in the wrong way. Over time, we would talk about somebody's ability to take a punch, ability to roll with a punch, ability to move, the ability, all these things. And then commentators will eventually, I'll keep that up now. Commentators will eventually use a slang or something to generalize it. So like, oh, the guy's a crazy chin. Over time, a viewer actually thinks that's a real thing. It's just a slang. It's not real. Your chin is not a score like in a video game. It's based on ability to take a punch, ability to move, ability to roll, ability to stay relaxed, ability to see it coming, all of these different things, right?
Well,
Dave Leduc, the king of Lethwei, is there a way to counter a headbutt with your own head?
Well, that's the only way I could see is basically I use let's say we're clinching, I would put my forehead on the neck of my opponent. In that way, basically, you prevent him. You add a lot of pressure while squeezing, like a gable grip in MMA. You squeeze with your forehead in his neck. A lot of guys tap out from this. It's very uncomfortable, and it's stopping the headbutt. But the Burmese guys would tell you, they put their chin down and they just basically get the punch on their forehead. I am my way is the new generation way is to get punch get hit as less as possible, and your chin and your neck or everything is your last line of defense, right? So basically, they're all about like taking damage. They're fucking animals, but I want to go back to my wife and not be too much fucked up, you know. So
wear and tear will catch up.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. Well said.
How is your queen, Dave? How is your queen? Tell her I said hello.
She's good. She's good. Yeah.
Good.
We can't wait to travel though. Have you guys heard any sign of being able to travel?
I mean, in Canada, we have these three guys are Americans, Dave. It's a little even more challenging for them, but we're starting to be able to go to Europe, I think, a little, and Europe will allow us to come. A lot of people don't want America to be going to their countries now because America has a lot. They have a lot of, they have a high amount of, challenges, additional challenges down there.
Challenges. We'll go with that.
The last I heard, the European Union announced that they're only allowing countries in that have lesser or equal or lesser case numbers than that particular country. So the U.S. is going to be out of Europe for a little bit.
A lot of population. Okay.
Yeah. Arbinen.
America. That's right.
So Dave, Kong, you guys are seeing Ed Ruth on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try to time this out. For you guys who don't know, Ed, both these guys were quite high-level wrestlers. Ed was a higher, more accomplished wrestler, but Ed really likes to throw his hands over time, and in particular, and this is a very huge generalization, but neither one of these guys is going to be able to force a grappling game early, so they're going to have to throw a little bit. I've got four.
Ed just got a takedown right
Yeah,
now.
I was gonna say, as soon as you called it, takedown city.
Yeah.
On the knee bar now.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. So that's
be
now.
Real careful here. Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm a few seconds behind you guys. Yeah, it's a heel hook. What I'm seeing take shape.
Oh. He's gotta get that leg out.
He looks. Yeah. I think.
Oh, he'll get it. Now he's got to be up. Now. Oh, his knee looks bad. Oh,
yeah. Oh, real bad. So he's got the heel. So I'm behind you guys. But what I'm hearing from you guys is it's still bad by the time it keeps going.
He stepped around, but he's not out yet. He tapped.
Yeah.
Yep.
He tapped?
He did.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Oh,
his knee was in a bad
few
spot.
Times.
Yeah,
he tapped 2 or 3 times, and the ref didn't see the first couple, and that's really bad when that, because that's stabilizing like ligaments and stuff on the outside of the knee. So, wow. So that's one of Chael Sonnen's training partners.
Didn't expect that from strikers.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that really. Yeah.
What are we
gonna say, Kung?
Ed got the takedown and they scrambled, and then Ed ended up getting his leg caught up in there, and then he ended up, he got caught that heel hook. Yeah.
So I'm seeing the replay of the heel hook, which is often what they'll do is they'll select that. But when I go to do a breakdown, I always want to go back a little further because most likely. Taylor, when the takedown had begun, in wrestling you will fight it till the end, but in fighting you can revert back up and accept it and start to attack within it. Because in wrestling I just can't get my shoulders pinned, but in fighting I can roll down and start to do different things. So instead of somebody's trying to take me down and I must fight it, the old school generation says takedown defense, which is just nonsense, right? You're trying to wrestle me. Instead of me stopping, I shift off to start attacking. So I become offensive in a non-wrestling capacity. And that's what he did, I think.
Yep.
Good question coming in. Let me see, throw it up on the screen right now. A little detail, but I'll read it out. How do you guys read other fighters during the fight after everything you've learned about yourself and your opponent before the fight? And how much do you draw into that into instinct and real time?
Okay, legends first.
That's not me.
That's you, Kong. That's you, Kong.
Can you repeat that? Because I was too busy reading his handle, which was like there's like 666 on them. Like, did I see that right?
Yes, sir. His handle is Watch My 6'6", hanging out over in Europe. He's doing some late night action. How do you guys all read the other fighters during a fight after everything you've learned about yourself and the opposition before the fight? And how much do you draw into instinct in real time? So I'm thinking what he's saying is you're prepping to fight your fighter for 6 weeks, and you know this guy's a wrestler, you know he's a jiu-jitsu specialist.
Yeah.
But then you know what you bring to the table, obviously. Yeah. And how much do you weigh that against now the guy's right in front of you and the bell has just reading into that?
Okay, basically like my strategy is I study my opponent to see what he does really good and what he does really bad, so I can see the opening, and I watch for his movement. But like usually when I fight, I try not to say, oh, I got to watch out for his spinning back kick or his spinning back fist. I will look for what's coming so I can defend it, and then I look for what's open so I can attack it. So it's just gotta, if it's open, naturally, because I've done it for so many years, my attacks should be kick, punch, whatever it is to hit that open spot. And whenever he attacks back, I gotta depend on my defense to protect me from his arsenal. That's kind of like how I look at it.
Dave Leduc, thoughts on preparation?
Preparation is like everything, I feel, and the rest I'm all about. My coach, my Sifu, always told me it's all instinct once you're in there. So I really just like to react, but your reaction is forged in the training. So,
Ross?
Yeah, I think in my history, I've had a hard time getting some fights until I had the professional level. So I tried to make all my training camps really more about me and less about, how am I going to work against this particular fighter, because we all know that sometimes that changes a couple days before, and especially times like this the day before. But when I do watch film, I'll watch some of their most recent fights versus some of their early fights, and if there are certain patterns that exist in both, I know I can anticipate that happening. But again, I just try and focus on myself in training camp, and know that if I'm always evolving my skills, good things will happen in the ring. So I try not to put too much weight into what they're doing.
I just watched that, and he did in the middle of the takedown, as you are trying to take me down. There was a choice where I stop resisting and choose non-resistance, and instead I'll start attacking as we go down. And I asked for that too. I'm going to break it down. One thought that I have on that is, and it's something I've been reading about a lot recently, is this idea that real freedom is not making decisions, is just allowing them to make themselves. And high levels of training, like the highest level of training and trusting yourself, there is no, should I do this or should I do this? None of that exists. And it's an issue when we commentate or describe fighting. We'll say, he saw this and then he did this. But in truth, it all unfolds without decision, without conscious thought of any kind. And at its best, your best fighting is happening freely with no decisions being made consciously. And all of that is a reaction to being super prepared to allow that to happen.
Yeah.
How did that sound? Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this. Like you said, no decision. So it's really pure fighting instinct.
Yeah. If you go a step further, a decision, the process of deciding, should I watch Netflix or HBO? The process, should I have a beer or a water? The process of decision is actually a hesitation before you make a choice. You hesitate and then you weigh things. And at its purest, freedom is to not do that at all, is just to be capable of allowing the decision to happen. I know this sounds metaphysical and fucking philosophical, but that's the trip I'm on. That's the trip I'm on these days. Is trying to figure out some of this truth that way.
You're so deep.
You broke it down really very like classy, right? What I was trying to say is like, hey, attack what's open, defend what's coming.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But
I mean, truthfully, but without really thinking about it. Right. Like, Kang, were you ever really thinking and inventorying he's doing this and maybe he's doing that? Or was it just happening by itself?
It happens by itself. When you get to a certain level and all the fights you had, it just happens by itself. You're just like, if you take a good shot and there's a little space in between each other, you're just like in my head, oh, good one. Okay, motherfucker, let's go. So that's kind of like,
so, it just happens. Yeah.
So who's next, Robin? Who's going to be next?
So Kat Zingano fought Ronda Rousey at the highest point for the title. She's a very, very high level fighter. Was a grappler at that point, but she hasn't fought in a couple of years. Interesting person. She had like loss in her life, like her husband died, and some things along the way. So there's a lot of real life shit that is a part of this fight. And a part of her, and then Gabriel that she's fighting is a very dangerous fighter. Gabriel will want to punch and kick her in the face, and Kat may want to take it down. Lyoto Machida and Phil Davis is the main event, and Lyoto's fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
And
it's happening in what city right now?
This is in Connecticut. This is at the Mohegan Sun. Yeah. Ross lives like an hour from there.
Oh yeah. How's Connecticut? How's life there?
So I live in the state just north of that, Rhode Island. So we're pretty good here. Everything is pretty much open. Connecticut is a little, I believe their numbers are a little higher, a little hotter, because they're bordering New York City. So everything's kind of weird in the Northeast. Everybody's so close, and the state lines are so close together.
Training is normal. Like training is good.
Oh no! So the Northeast is still pretty restricted. Like we, in the state that I live in, we're not allowed to have like partner contact training unless you're a professional athlete. So if you're a pro athlete, then you can have contact drills and things like that. But even so, I'm the only, or there's two professional fighters at the gym that I train at. So him and I will train when we can, or we go where we can with other professionals. But the gym itself, because it's open to so many other people, they're only doing like heavy bag classes, which is still awesome. I mean, we're structuring it pretty well. We're doing like half-hour classes, but it's like an intense, like a 30-minute bomb of a class. And we can fit a good amount of people in our gym. So
in Canada, you just came back that you're allowed to train without like mask and distance, and so it's just back now. Yeah.
That's good.
Dave, are you training with Sifu? Marcio?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Every day we're training tomorrow morning. We have one of my friend. So a lot of guys are like everybody's back home. So he's in UFC right now. So like we have a good team. So we're
Sifu is very special. He's a very, very special martial artist. Just little bits and pieces I've got to see. I think that he's a very unique martial artist.
He's very intense.
Yeah, Dave's gonna run out of partners. So I watched your Instagram the other day. You're cutting guys up and
with the
bleeding and
with the helmet and
with the headgear.
Yeah. Hey man, it happens.
Yeah, it should happen.
Dave and I had been friends on the internet and stuff, and I had already started analyzing his work and loved his work. And then we met in an airport. Just like, hey, shit, what's going on? I forget where it was. And we're talking like all five of us probably do whenever we see somebody else who's obsessed with martial arts. And Dave's like, let me show you. And he's got his head in my jaw and stuff at the airport. It was awesome. Like right away was showing like blocking out stuff and then pressuring the butt of the jaw with the head and all this. And we were both right into it. And I just wanted to absorb more information, but I had to get on a plane. And it just...
You just
it was Ottawa. That's right.
Yeah.
I had done one or two breakdowns of you before that. Yeah.
True.
And then 6 months later, we were in Myanmar together, and I was commentating you fighting in Myanmar. Just the craziest thing.
That's insane that you made it there, and it was intense. You really adopted the Burmese culture with the Lanji. It was You won a lot of the 55 million people there. They fucking loved it. They really loved you. Like, you respected the culture like this.
Yeah, I love them too. And honestly, I probably shouldn't talk too much about this publicly, but I've had ongoing conversations with Canal Plus about doing a weekly Lethwei show from here to broadcast there. So it's been talked about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I would love to do it. It's such a beautiful, like, you guys, a lot of times people hear about it. So, and I said this to the people at World Lethwei, and people were asking, and I said, I tend to have an understanding, not just about studying these things, but how other people connect to it. And I said, first, it'll be, what? There's headbutts? Then second, it'll be like, oh, there's a guy, Dave Leduc, who's like a champion, who's like a part of a new breed, who's a pioneer. And then the third part will be Myanmar. What a fascinating culture. And then the fourth will be the history. And it's literally unfolded exactly that way. Like, but for a lot of people, they're still at that stage. They're like, wow, it's crazy, it's headbutts. But it's this beautiful martial art in this incredible part of the world where the Buddhist culture and the history and the fighting and the way it all blends, it's something very, very unique and special on planet Earth. You know, it really is.
The purpose to bring Kung there. When we met last time in San Diego, San Jose. We did. I always get mixed up, but first thing we did was go to the gym and we started doing pads. First thing we did was that. But one day we'll go. One day we'll go to that part. All of us.
I got to take a second and just like nerd out for a second, but you know, Mallory's a Taekwondo black belt. Ross Levine comes up through the world of sport karate and is a kickboxing champion. Kung Lee is a pioneer in wushu, sanda, sanshao, that whole thing. Dave Leduc is the king of Lethwei. This is the fucking best party ever.
That's right. Karate, sanda, and Lethwei. That's pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean,
so what's the difference? What's the culture difference, and like getting raised in the Taekwondo culture, and getting raised in the karate culture? What's the main difference?
Ross and Mal.
Yeah. Ross, you go ahead. So I'll toss you.
Well, Mallory, you're a Taekwondo black belt too, right?
I am a Taekwondo black belt.
So am I.
Yeah, exactly.
So am I.
So Mallory and I came up in very similar systems. So, I mean, Taekwondo really, you kind of have a couple different paths that you can go. You can go the Olympic route, where like the WTF Olympic style Taekwondo that you see, or the
That's
ITF.
when I came up.
That's
I came up. WTF.
I came up in ITF. Mal, what about you?
So my instructor, Gerald Dawson, rest in peace to him.
Yeah.
He created his own style called Chung De Kwan Taekwondo. So it was not Olympic style, and we used our hands like boxers more. So it was a more grounded, learning to use for punching and boxing and everything.
That's how I was as well. And then so there's not a lot of like traditional ITF Taekwondo tournaments. Like most people, when you see and hear about Taekwondo, you're seeing the Olympic style events.
Yeah.
So the ITF culture, I know a lot of ITF practitioners went towards like the more open circuits, the sport karate, the point fighting.
Yeah.
And they kind of broke off from there, or they went towards like the PKA style back in the day.
Yeah. That in the late 80s, I competed in PKA. I was
really?
a Taekwondo black belt. Yeah.
Oh,
I competed in PKA in Canada, and I was a Taekwondo black belt, and I came up, and then I started competing in PKA, and I even at that time, I was, and this is the late 80s, I was starting to train as many different martial arts as I could find. I still believed Taekwondo was the best until about UFC 4 or 5, when I was like, oh, okay, wait a second. We all believe something's the best, but it's not like that. I studied Muay Thai when somebody came to Winnipeg, where I grew up, and did it. And we talked about this on another one. I studied Sikaran, which was a Filipino martial art that came from the Philippines. And but yeah, Taekwondo is a great base. Kung, you were a Taekwondo as well, or it was Sanda originally?
No, I started out in Taekwondo, then I went over to traditional Vietnamese Kung Fu, then I started just competing in the Sanda. But before all that, I also wrestled in junior high school and in high school, and then 2 years in college.
the Sanda competition, I never asked you were it in the US?
Yeah, I started in the U.S., but then we went overseas for the World Championships. I think the first World Championships was in Baltimore, but then after that it was in Hong Kong, and then after that, sorry, not Hong Kong, but Rome, and then Hong Kong, and then after that I coached the team in
the American team. The American team.
Yeah, I coached. I was the first. I was the assistant coach, and then the second time, I coached them in Hanoi, Vietnam. So
cool. Dave, I commentated the Sanda World Championships a couple of years ago in Russia. Yeah, it was amazing. But Sanda actually is a collection of rules and a fighting style. It's not a martial art. And in Sanda competition, you want to come in with Taekwondo or Lethwei or whatever you train, as long as you compete within the rule structure of Sanda. Yeah. So Sanda has almost like an MMA style thing where this is the fighting construct, but we don't care what you train, as long as you fight within these rules. It's cool.
Exactly. Good point. Because if you go into the intricate scoring system of Muay Thai and you fight differently, you might lose on points. And it's very similar. Like what you just explained, it's very similar to Lethwei. Because I learned about Lethwei in Canada through my Sifu, through watching the Black Belt magazine and old YouTube videos. But I never trained Lethwei as per se. It was just I like a lot of aggressive stuff. In Jeet Kune Do, there's a lot of headbutting in the close quarters. So basically, as long as you go there and you're basically as long as you go there and you fight within the rules, which is or the lack of rules, and you should be fine. And actually, I think if you comply too much to for example, if guys, there's been Muay Thai, Muay Thai kickboxers, Taekwondo, anybody. If you just try to do one discipline and you're kind of into a box, you will get fucked by the pain threshold of Burmese guys. So I think the best way is to be just a freestyle martial artist, a bit like what Murray was doing in Sanda. But I had a question for Sanda. Is there any removal of the gloves, and is there professional Sanda when you call it?
Yeah, well, in China they have these before it used to be called San Show, where you fight off a raised platform, but then they started having professional circuit, and the Russians they actually already started, and they use the same rules, but they can do continuous punching to the head, while when you're as an amateur you can't throw more than 2 or 3 punch combos to the head, because they want people to show off more technique, right? It's not because they're trying to protect, the Chinese fighter. They want to show the dynamics of Sancho or Sanda. So both the Russian, they're heavy-handed. They box a lot, and then they throw great spinning back kicks, and then they throw a lot of spinning back fists, and they have really good wrestling. So they're very competitive against the Chinese, So basically, in amateur, you fight off a raised platform, and as a professional, you fight inside a ring. And then the more throws you get, the more kicks, and you can. They want the knockouts, or they want someone to quit. So it's much more dynamic.
Okay.
That's a different question coming in. So the
Kong, you still acting?
Yes, not during COVID, but basically the last 2 years I haven't had a chance to do much. I just decided not to play the villain, and I just want to get behind some projects with that meant something for me. So just a different character, and just trying to take the producer route and learn about writing and writing my own scripts, so I can develop the stories, and at the same time, when I get funding, I can bring all my friends onto the project and get some cameos and have a good time, instead of working with, not to be mean, but Hollywood, there's a lot of little prima donnas and shit that drives me crazy. People, why are you holding an umbrella in the sun? Fucking get some sun rays. Just I just rather be with a bunch of fighters and go learn tactical and then get our actings down. Where a lot of like Hollywood, they do a lot of previous, so every time the actors know the action, and then a lot of times the director, what the fight coordinator puts together, it's not even the same. So there's just too many too many chiefs in one camp. I prefer, if I'm going to do it this way, this is how the fights are going to look. It's going to look real. People are going to get knocked out, and the actor's going to have to deliver. Watch a couple knockout where their legs are wobbling underneath of them, or they get knocked straight code out, or if someone's getting shot. Sometimes you don't know you get shot, because I have a lot of friends that are in the military. They're running around, and as soon as they see they've been shot, they're like, "Oh shit, I'm bleeding! Oh my god!" So it's
keep it real.
I want to keep it real, and as you know, Hollywood, look what's going on right now. Look what's going on right now. It's all part of the crazy shit, Illuminati crap, whatever.
Kong, it's the same thing. Like in my end of things, there will be people who are like television producers, and there'll be 3 or 4 layers of them, and an executive producer and some vice president who will tell me how to analyze fighting. And in reality, it's like they'll ask you to use language which Joe Rogan, who is a good friend and a mentor, and I admire him. I'm saying that Joe Rogan used 10 years ago because they imitate what Joe Rogan said 10 years ago, and they'll say that. And it's like modern acting, or being acting like you were shot or knocked out or commentating or whatever changes. But these people, these filter level guys, or women, usually 63-year-old white guys, let's face it, 63-year-old white guys saying, it's got to be this way because it's always been this way. But the world changes, and you want to make the same movie. You don't want to commentate things the same way. You don't want to do anything the same way.
You sure you're not talking about American politics?
Same thing.
There's politics everywhere. Right, there's politics everywhere. It's just for me. I just want to have a good time on set. And eventually, I just focus on my son, who's Anthony. He wants to fight. He wants to just be that beast, and he is that beast right now. It's like I'm not even go running with him because he's like way up there now. I'm like, wait, give me, I'm like trying to catch up. So I'll just I'll just be on the bike faster. Anthony 185 Lee. Yeah, Anthony 185 Lee. Yeah, so
he's a badass. He's
a beast. And he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's really faithful, like with the Lord, and there's another reason why I want to make a film where it's like a film that has someone who has faith in God, and the faith got him through where he's at. The journey is completed because the faith was there, and nowadays it's just that won't happen if you're in the real Hollywood, it just won't. So that's how I feel.
Dave, are you looking at the fights? I see you looking.
So it's happening.
Yeah, we're waiting. So there was a big space because when one guy gets kicked in the groin and it's over in the first round, and then the next guy gets submitted in 3 minutes, you got to kill time. That's television. I didn't invent television. I'm just telling you how it works.
There are a couple questions. Let me go ahead and put those up. One, and I'll go ahead and read this. Learning from Wikipedia, sometimes dangerous, sometimes not, but learning from Wikipedia, it seems like the Sandow rule set is close to Muay Thai, but with no. And the question was, could Kung Lee elaborate how this affects his fighting style? For traditional fighting style, that he elaborated a little bit more.
Well, for me, when I'm competing in Sandow as an amateur, I was more of that score the points, get the big throws, step back, and just win with dynamic strikes, dynamic throw, and where I'm not looking for the knockout. And the knockout's there, great. If it's not, I won. And now as a professional, when when Scott Coker recruited me, I was looking for that knockout. I was looking to throw people onto their heads, and then when I got into MMA, that was the crazy transition. And I remember like Bob Cook, who's AKA one of the coaches out there. I remember I picked him up and I slammed him down gently, and next thing I know, I woke up. I'm like, what happened? He caught me in an arm triangle, and I was like, oh,
wow.
you know. And then I'm picking up these guys, I'm throwing them down, and I'm fighting off knee bars, I'm fighting off arm bars. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna do too many of my throws anymore, and you know, so I just have to change my fight style to be able to be competitive in MMA. But then I realized once I open up things, you know, like I score my points, I get ahead, instead of like backing up. I'm that guy. Okay, now my spinning kicks are gonna come. My spinning back fist. Now I'm gonna try new stuff. So I have to wait a little bit more to open up before in Sandow. I'm like, oh, start out wheel kicks and spin kicks, and I think that's why a lot of people are like, this guy's crazy, you know. So
well, you are also a little crazy, but that's not.
I am crazy. 51,
I
50,
remember.
baby.
I remember a lot watching you when I was younger, watching your Sandow and Sanshou fights. Just that it was relentless, and just you understood the psychology of the fight, like you just alluded to. When you're up on points, they have to come to you, and that allowed you to get the scissor sweeps and all those great takedowns. It was really, really cool to watch. So hearing it now and thinking back, I'm like, yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah. That's awesome.
So Kat Zingano comes out, throws an inside leg kick, gets punched, and both land. The other girl falls, and then she kind of comes in chin up. Like she's a real. I'm a bit behind you guys, but she's a real fighter. Oh, that throw
will head and arm, and she's. I think she should be looking for a mount pretty soon.
Does anybody have a theory on this? This is factually true, statistically true. In women's mixed martial arts and other fighting, that head and arm, that scarf throw, or even a headlock, old school headlock with an arm in, works in women's fighting way more than in men's fighting. Does anyone have a theory why that might be? Well, you see it successfully more. It could be this body. Yeah.
But I don't know.
You
know why?
Yeah, I don't either. Could be something body type related. Could be something training related. Could just be a belief system. You believe something works, so you train it and it works. Well, it could be any number of things, but it's true.
I think the one Kat, she's a high level wrestler, and then I'm not sure if her opponent has any wrestling background, so it's going to work more effectively for her because she's throwing it, you know. So,
but by per capita of fights, it works more in women's fighting, or you see it successfully done more in women's fighting than men's fighting. I'm not sure what it is, whether it's a biological, physical body structure thing or something else. I'm not sure, but I'll add something to that question that they asked Kung. I think where I learned the most in general about full contact fighting. I told Mal and Ross this, I think, before. I commentated something called the World Combat Championships in Russia. It was 18 different martial arts over 20 days. You name it. Lethwei wasn't there, but almost everything else was. Kickboxing, Muay Thai, boxing, Savat, Sanda, everything was there. And every day, multiple times a day, 5 and 6 hours a day, I would commentate. Dozens and dozens, and some days closing on 100 fights. And some fights, elbows were legal. Some fights, knees were illegal. Some fights, grappling was legal. And as you were navigating your way through it, the structure of what was and wasn't allowed dictated how the fighters behaved. So Dave fights a particular way because everything's allowed. That's also why I love Lethwei so much, because the purity allows everything. So it's the most real. The most things are allowed, which also can change the shape. If Dave threatens to headbutt me and I cover my head, I get kneed in the body, whatever. The most things are available. In Sanda, it wasn't just the elbows that weren't there. Knees were not allowed, but wrestling was. So as soon as we would wrestle, we would skip our hips far back because we couldn't get kneed, right? Ross, if I did that with you, you'd knee me in the fucking belly, right? But as soon as we would grapple, in wrestling, we would have to pull close or we'd have to protect. In Sanda, we would just skip our hips back. And there was this entire area available to be attacked and defended, which was just ignored. right? And so all of those things shape everything.
Makes sense.
So like Kung, yeah, like when you see as many as that all day, all the time. Taekwondo, for example, I commentated the Pan Am Games in Taekwondo. And that year, Mexico won everything. And they won everything with straight punches to the body. Because for so many generations of World Taekwondo Federation, nobody threw punches to the body. It was high kicks, high scoring kicks, spinning kicks. And the Mexicans would literally see this entire open space that was available all day long. That wouldn't happen with Dave or somebody in Lethwei because it's always there. But in certain other martial arts, as soon as something's not there or you perceive it to not be there, it shapes how you fight. I know I'm going off on a tangent, but that's what I do.
Yeah,
You know?
I agree with you totally. The styles make the fight, the rules make the fight, and if you're that fighter and you want to compete in that arena, you have to be prepared. And and if you're not prepared, then you're gonna end up losing or getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And the most innovation happens with the most option.
Yes.
If everything if everything is available, you have more ways to manipulate the other, right? Like, and Ross said it beautifully. What did you say, Ross? The psychology of the fight itself?
Yeah. Just understanding like where you're at, what the score may be, or what your opponent's situation might be. Are they down? Are they up? What do they kind of have to do if they want to be successful?
Right. Yeah. And whatever they have to do, they'll either do it or they will not. Right. So we have to prepare for them to do it in such a way that will hurt them if they do. And we're in a situation that if they don't, they're just going to lose. Yeah. You have only two options, either do the right thing or don't do the right thing. If you don't, I'm cool. And if you do, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Smart way to think about it.
Yeah. So first round.
Definitely Cat won the first round easy.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that.
Control there, yeah.
While they go into the second round, I just wanted to thank everybody for sharing. Robin, a lot of shares from your page. Shared on up to the Bellator page, which got an additional bunch of shares. So the audience that is sticking with this, definitely thank you guys for doing that. We enjoy hanging out, and we're on to round two.
Yeah, it's super cool that people literally want to hang out and watch a bunch of martial artists talk about this stuff while the fights are on. It's really, really cool that, that hundreds, sometimes thousands of people just sit and join us to do this. It's so cool. She's so much more relaxed now, Kat. She was so jumpy at the beginning of round one.
Well, this is her first
She
fight.
got the jitters out.
Yeah. She's a professional, but it's also the first time, I would guess, the first time you have on a new promotions, you're on a new promotions card, there's a little bit of jitters. There's a little bit of something.
It's been 2 years since she fought, too. Kung, how long since you had a pro fight?
It's been a long time, since Michael
6, 7 years?
6 years now.
Yeah. 2014?
Yeah.
If you had to fight next Wednesday, well, or not had to, if you chose to fight next Wednesday, what would you be thinking right now?
Get a lot of sleep, get a lot of massages, and train smart, not train hard, because training hard will just, I'm a little bit older now, so I won't be able to recover. So I train smart and just go out there and do what I do best if I had to,
Yeah.
So
it is a certain amount of wisdom knowing where you're at. The X amount of years, however old you are, Kung Lee trains a lot different than the younger Kung Lee. Yeah. The older Kung Lee knows, okay, hey, I'm going to relax. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to do this, but I'm going to do this.
Kung, how much are you training now? How old are you? Are you 45?
I'm 48 now.
Hey, same age.
You look good. Yeah, you look good. And how much are you training?
I'm training as much as possible so I can keep up with my son,
You can't keep up with him, though. He's an animal.
Yeah. But, I try to get in something every day. But short spurts, I look at it with this quarantine, right? If I'm up for 10 hours or 12 hours, I got to do something at least 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes every single hour if I'm at home. If I'm not, then if I'm out doing work, then I do something. But at the end of the day, look how much it's add up. You know, like I feel like my hand's faster than ever now because my son's like, "What are you doing, Dad?" I'm like, "Just shadow boxing." And I wake up in the morning, I turn on the cold shower, and I get in there and I'll shadow box for like 5 minutes, but as fast as I could, so I could stay in the cold water. You know, and it's like a therapy for me. And I get out, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm ready to start the day." And next thing I know, like my hands have gotten faster.
I remember
Kung, I'm watching both Ross Levine and Dave LeDuc just admire the shit out of you right now.
Oh yeah.
I remembered when I was at your place, Kung. You was showing me his belt section, and after we saw it and everything, and then he's like, "Okay, Dave, now let's get the weights out." Then we started training with the dumbbell.
Yeah, that crazy set, right? Yeah.
I still have it in my notes. He's a workaholic, and I remember.
Yeah, I think now if I had to fight, I just fight the same way with a little bit more controlled in pace, so I can survive the round, right? So I can get to the second round instead of blowing my wad in the first round. You know, I think even though you get older, you got that wisdom, but you got that man strength, right? You know, you still it's that man strength, you know. But the cardio goes, you know. I remember I'm sparring with my son a few times. I'm like, oh, whoo, I'm gonna slow down a little.
And he's just dancing and moving. Yeah.
So yeah.
I think one of the definite true gems is what Dave just said. Is he went to work out with Kung. They did everything, and he said, "I wrote it in my notes." That's a champion winning from another champion. That is as real as it gets.
That's true. I took my notes, but how I did is like when we held pads together, it was a short session because I was able to hit and have that impact with the head. Then I go home and do it in my bag, and I told my son, look at the difference in power. I punch as hard as I could on the bag, and I'm barely hitting the bag with my head, and the bag's like snapping.
You have your leg, right? Your legs are.
This is great. I think I would devastate someone with my head, but I just don't want to get cut in my head. And Dave's like, don't hit with your forehead, hit with the top of your head. I'm like, I'm gonna crush that dude, you know.
Yeah.
So
the only thing,
if it's a street fight, trust me.
I was going to say, you practice this for so long, you can only try on clothes so much in the store before you want to buy them. You keep practicing headbutts, you're going to be looking for the opportunity to use them. Hey, street fighters beware. Kung's out, he's got a new trick in his bag, and he's ready to.
Hey, you bullies out there, you watch out, man.
So Kung, headbutts and then
yeah.
Dave, how about this Lethwei show in America? Can we get Kung in that? Can we get Kung in a fight on that show?
I want him to be.
No, man. I'm gonna cheer on Dave. Yeah, come on, Dave, headbutt and spinning back scissor kick for me. Go.
If Kung comes to the corner, I'll have to do his signature.
Yes.
You have to.
The scissor. Yeah. I've broken that down a couple times, Kung. How's my breakdown of your scissor kick sweep?
Money.
That's a beautiful technique. It's a beautiful technique.
You guys got a mic up Kung, so we'll just actually hear his thoughts as he's watching Dave fight. That's going to be half the story in itself.
You know the sad thing is when like Dave, good friend of mine, instead of like I wouldn't be yelling, I'd be like, "Oh, come and get him!" It'd probably be better to have a camera on me. I wouldn't be saying much. I'd be like, "Oh, go, yes, go."
Yeah, you wouldn't say much for sure.
I agree with you completely. I've been at both Ross's glory fights, and I've known Ross. I love him dearly since he's been a very young man. And I'm there watching his fiance, and we're both like, just because I know the guy, and I'm sitting there worried. And then I had to say, hey, he's trained for this. He knows what he's doing. But I was more nervous in the audience than if we had the same gi on and we were at a tournament together. And I'm like, hey, you want to go out first? Yeah, I'll go out first and everything. Yeah. But I don't know why that is. But I can relate to that completely.
Yeah. I'm not just saying this because Dave's here, but when he fought, it was definitely one of the most hair standing up on my arms ones that I've experienced. Part of it was him, no doubt, because that part of it was Myanmar, part of it was the tradition, part of it was Lethwei. But being around,
the country, absolutely. But
but it combined with you in this fascinating way. I know that the people there feel it, but you feel it, and it adds a lot of pressure to you. But then you live with that pressure and you thrive in it, and it builds into something. It was as real, as big a deal. And I know this is going to sound like I'm exaggerating, and I am a little, but only a little. It was a Southeast Asia vibe of when Conor McGregor would fight in Las Vegas, and I mean it. There was something very, very intense and special, and
without hitting grandparents.
yeah. Yes, you did not hit any old. You did not headbutt any older men in any bars. It's true, or throw anything or any of that.
Russ, is there any? Are you still signed with Glory?
As far as I know, yeah. So
I heard rumors about the promotion being like I don't know, on pause or something.
So there's a lot of weird stuff going on right now. A lot of the like the higher ranking officers and officials are either declining to continue with Glory or they're being released.
Yeah.
I've heard there's issues with the ISKA right now that are that Glory still owes some of the officials some money from a show in February. So I don't really know what the deal is. I'm under contract with them, but I'm just waiting to hear. They're supposed to be running shows in October, but like I was saying before, I can't get over there, so I don't know. I think I'm still contractually obligated to them, but even if I wasn't, there's nothing going on for me anyway. So I'm just taking the time to train and get better,
Yep.
So
maybe it's time
I'm gonna
come over to Bellator.
So I know.
I was just gonna say,
Bellator,
we know some people at Bellator Kickboxing, Ross.
I feel like we have this conversation every time I'm here.
I know. If Glory was active right now, you'd be getting texts like, "Hey man, please stop going on there where they're trying to get you to go to Bellator." But while we were,
Bellator is Bellator going to run some kickboxing in the U.S.?
I suspect. Yeah, I suspect. But these things unfold. So
hey, they're going to Paris.
It doesn't matter what
that, right?
Yeah,
they're going to Paris.
Yeah, they're going to Paris. I work for a show, a great show called Eris Fighting. We went to Africa and did our first show, and it's out of Paris. So, yeah, amazing, incredible show. And we were in Senegal, which is just this beautiful country in Africa, northwest Africa. And Eris is going to run shows out of Paris. And I thought I was going to be commentating the first legal MMA show ever in France with Eris in December, but it sounds like Bellator is going to beat them there. But so Kat was on the bottom mounted, and Gabrielle was elbowing to the shoulder and the neck and the collarbone. And I've often wondered why we don't attack that collarbone more aggressively. It's a very, very, it's a very, very precarious and like fragile bone. We've got strong elbows, and she did,
Was it a 12-6 elbow to the collarbone, or was it just straight?
I mean, 12-6 is only. And Dave, this is gonna sound crazy to you when you can headbutt everybody and like everything's allowed, but for some reason you're not allowed to do this, but only straight up. So if it's in an arc, it's okay, and it's only to the head. And she did it to the neck and shoulders. Right?
Oh, in Lethwei striking, you can actually like clinch the head down, and they don't give a shit if you're doing this to the back of the head. Like, it's fucked up. So we don't want that to happen to us.
No, you don't want that shot.
Kat got this.
I think Kat won. Yeah. It was a dicey fight, but she's an emotional human, and she fights with a lot of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
See, look how jumpy she is. Oh, she got punched. That's the punch on the low kick from earlier.
That reminds me of when what's his name? MVP, right? He got kicked down with the low kick, right?
Yeah. Douglas Lima, and then he punched him. Yeah.
We got some questions coming up here, and also we get a little bit of audio bleed from that. I want to make sure we're not going to get.
Well, I think it's me.
Okay.
Turn down the fight.
Let's see here. This question comes in. It says karate versus wrestling. other than keeping the distance and counters, how does Lyoto get this done? This guy says this is a big fan. Robin, I think that's kind of more directed to you.
So a lot of these things are generalizations that we do. They're narratives that we create for television. Karate versus wrestling, striker versus grappler. These are television narratives that we create, and they dominate our thinking. But fighting isn't categoric that way. Fighting is free fighting. It's many, many things. And I love the question, and I love that you look at stuff and want to know it, but the question itself is so oversimplified in 2020 that all we can give you is an oversimplified answer. We sit at a desk, we wear a suit, Chael's over here, I'm here, Kung's over there, whatever. They say striker versus grappler in a stylistic matchup, what's going to happen? We can say all of that, but that's not really the truth. You know, it's three-dimensional, it's spatial. It's a tricky thing, to be honest. I know I'm not answering the question.
It would be true, right, Robin? It would be true if it would be true if somebody only trained that, but it didn't only train that.
That's right. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's great.
To say that Lyoto is only a karate guy, well, he never did any wrestling, never did any BJJ, never did.
Right.
It's false.
Exactly. It is so. In television, and Ross was talking about American politics earlier, and American politics is the perfect example of this. In television, I'll sit at a desk, and let's say Ross and I are sitting together, and I'm the weird liberal guy from Canada, and he's the conservative guy from Florida. Ross isn't the conservative guy from Florida, but let's just pretend he is. I'll say something about yada, 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 abortion, and the producer will tell Ross in his ear, disagree with him, argue with him right now. That is how television works. So if Mallory and I are discussing striker versus grappler in a stylistic matchup, I'll say, well, karate fighters try to fight at a distance. And what they do is they use range management with their long kicks. And the producer will say into Mallory's ear, talk about what if Phil gets the takedown. And everything becomes incredibly narrative driven. It doesn't matter in fighting because we just watch TV. But it matters in politics. It matters in science. It matters in many of these things where we are taught as the viewers to think that there's only two sides to everything, and then we argue them till the end of time. Kung, are you following what I'm laying down here?
Totally. You know, it's hard to, you know, I get like irritated. It's almost like, hey, we're the professionals. You're the producer. You sit back and watch the fights. Shut your mouth. Let the professionals do the job, because it's not the style. It's the person behind the style. What this person does as a martial artist, as a wrestler, as how he cross-trains across the board with all the styles. Let him do his fight. Let him come out. And you just commentate, oh, you see that nasty double leg takedown and the scramble after that, followed by the head kick. Now, I don't want to get the producers upset or anything, but shut your fucking mouth and sit your ass down and watch the fight and stop trying to coach the professional who's commentated a million fights and or the fighter who's commentating along with the professional talking truth about fights. You don't know shit. You've never been in the ring. You probably had a hard time putting on your tie. Shut your mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how Kung feels. So I'm not at all judging the question. It's a great question by somebody who loves fighting. The reason that question came up is because that's the narrative that's created in a broadcast. The reason that narrative is created in a broadcast is, like Kung said, some guy in the back who doesn't know fuck all about fighting is saying, talk about striker versus grappler, talk about karate versus wrestling, because that's all that fucking guy understands. He also thinks that you, the audience, will not understand exactly what these five people are talking about tonight, even though everybody who watches is literally saying, why don't people talk like this on television? The reason that we don't is because we're told what suit to wear, what camera to look at, and what to say by some guy in the back who doesn't know a fucking thing about fighting. That's how and why that takes place. Again, no big deal if you're just watching fights. It's a big deal if you're talking about politics, science, society, civilization, shit like that. And it happens.
Same blueprint.
Yeah, and you're forced into a narrative to talk predictably about something that you cannot predict. Every fight, if you could take two of the same fighters and have them fight 100 different times, it's always going to be different, and you can't predict that. And you're being kind of into saying, well, blah 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 blah, but who knows what's going to happen? Maybe this guy added in a wrestling component to his training, and no one knows about it until right now. Maybe this guy
or maybe none of it's going to matter at all because and I think we talked about this before, but the most important variables of everything when somebody says, and Dave Leduc, what's your prediction for the main event tonight? Dave could say, well, this guy's wrestling, this guy's karate, whatever. We'll talk about all these variables, but the most important variables, Ross, are unavailable to us. Ross, you're fighting tonight? Did you have diarrhea this morning? Because that's a more important variable than your fucking takedown defense. Did you get a phone call that your grandmother's sick 15 minutes before the fight? That's more important than the shit we're talking about on television, right?
Yeah, all of that's tangible.
The other thing too is you don't know like Dave, you mentioned this too. Like people assume that you have karate versus striker, as if Machida doesn't know that Phil Davis is a good wrestler. Like these things are just we know, so we don't know what they've been training the entire training camp if they're focusing in specifically on certain things or certain ways to turn that around or out wrestle him in his own way. Like. I think people underestimated Adesanya too. Like looking at the UFC, everyone said, "Oh, if they just take him down," and then he's been demolishing people. So it's, no one knows what you do when the lights aren't on you.
Yeah. Or the other crazy one. People would be like, literally, it would be like me watching somebody do brain surgery on television and say, "Well, why didn't he cut the other part of the brain?" Like I don't know fucking nothing about brain surgery, but people will literally watch something and go, well, against the Diaz brothers, you got to throw leg kicks. So if you know that, you don't fucking think the Diaz brothers know that and or their coaches. Like if you can see something may appear to be a weakness to you, it may never occur to you. Like Dave Leduc is susceptible to calf kicks. If that were true, you know what Dave Leduc would be doing for the next 4 months? Figuring out how to murder me if I threw a calf kick. Like that, a calf kick would be the worst choice that I could possibly throw because Dave would kill me when I threw it. If you can see that weakness, it's because they want you to see it.
Mm-hmm. So you have to figure out what you're buying into. Do I see a true weakness, or is he showing me something that I think is a weakness and he set a trap for me?
But that's already one layer more than than the producer will allow Kung Lee to say on the set.
That's right. Yeah.
I think we're in this day and time where everybody has an opinion. I mean, and I'll prove this right away. If I'm up here and I start texting and someone says, you've got an iPhone. iPhones suck. You have an Android. It's either we can't have either this or that. You can't only like PlayStation 4. You can't like Xbox. And you can't. We have this 50-50 dichotomy for everything. You can't be a karate stylist and be a world champion. You have to be a BJJ guy or this or that. And everybody wants to split everybody up into two camps and have us fight a tournament.
So the idea of the opinion, right? The smartest people in the world resist forming an opinion for as long as humanly possible. Because the longer you can resist forming an opinion, the more you can keep learning.
That's called
as soon as you form skepticism, yeah. The longer you don't form an opinion, the more information you can gather. As soon as you form an opinion, you now start only seeing things that have to do with your opinion. So we all think, and when I would say this to somebody, it's like, try not to form an opinion. Somebody would say, I have the right to an opinion. You do, but it's a trap.
Yeah.
Forming an opinion quick is a trap that forces you into something, and then you can no longer think freely, right? And fighting, everything is like that. This is part of life, right?
You're exactly right. I think, and it's no more true than today for having feeling like you're being forced to make a choice, whether it's to the shoes that you wear, to the phone that you carry, to the school that you go, to the sports team that you like. It's always a 50-50 split. There's no other option. You got to choose one or the other. Pick. and that's it. But like you said, there's so many different layers in between. There's so
Can
many.
I ask a quick question? Sorry to interrupt. I hear somebody's like sound. Who's talking right now during this breakdown stuff? Does anybody know?
Chill. That's what I think it's chill.
Is that Chael or is that?
That's my my mic. Sorry about that.
Yeah, turn it up. No, I want to hear. Is it Chael?
Chael. That's they're breaking down the fight right now.
Yeah, is it Chael or Josh?
Yeah, it's Chael.
I think it's Josh.
That's not Chael.
It's Chael.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
It's Josh. Yeah, it's Josh. Yeah.
It's weird that you can recognize a guy by his
It's funny. It's like they keep using and I don't work closely with the broadcast team. I do it mostly with the digital team, but they keep using very similar pieces to the ones that I'm editing and breaking down. So I'm just wondering where it's coming from. But it's nice. It adds something to the broadcast, I think.
Well, for those that were asking, there was one other question in here, and I'll go ahead and put it up. The question was, does Dave or Ross have any fights lined up at all? As we had mentioned before, Ross is in a wait to see. He's ready, willing, and able. He's actually shark hunting. He's a shark out the water, wants to fight. Dave's got something.
But Leduc,
Leduc,
tell us what are you getting ready for?
Yeah, so
tell us what you can tell us.
I'm still under contract with WLC in Myanmar, and but because of the pandemic right now, well, I'll put that in I'd call that. But anyway, because of the travel restrictions right now, I'm not able to travel to Asia. I'm currently in Canada, so I'm excused of my obligation. So I'm my exclusivity. I mean, so I'm able to fight somewhere else. I'm still representing WLC. I'm still with them. It's just right now I'm able to fight somewhere else. So we're looking at potentially fighting on U.S. soil by the end of the year. So stay tuned.
And Dave, are you going to send me a message with the guy's name so I can commentate this?
Oh yeah, you bet. Yeah,
they need the Lethwei analyst of the year to commentate.
Not Lethwei if we don't have Robin there.
Thank you.
That's right. That's right.
While we're waiting for this last few minutes there, they just showed a clip of the last few seconds of the prep of the locker room. Kung, right before, it's 5 minutes or so out. What's your mindset right before you make that walk? What's kind of going through your head?
Well, I'm already warmed up and sweaty, and then this is like the 5 minutes before the fight. This is where I get in my little bubble and I talk to God. That's kind of like my mindset. I talk to him and I thank him for the opportunity, and I ask him, dear God, protect my opponent from any serious injuries, and protect me, the same way, and just let me fight to the best of my abilities, and may the best man win.
It's funny because I was actually going to ask you that, because a lot of people, whether you're religious or not, no matter what your religion is, people would always ask, hey, this guy's kneeling down to pray. Do you think he's praying to win? And I would say, no, he's probably asking to, let me not hurt this guy, let this guy not seriously hurt me, let me perform to the best of my ability. And you just illustrated it right there. I mean, before I ever, go in the ring, I would say, hey, I don't want to hurt this guy, I don't want to hurt me, and go for it right there. I think it'd be a selfish mentality if someone would actually kneel down and pray to whatever religious connotation you belong to for victory.
But I think too, it's like whatever you believe in, wherever you come from, whether you're asking your creator or you're asking the universe or you're just sort of hoping for freedom, all you want is to perform well. All you want is to do what you do to the best of your ability. Nobody's ever afraid. Well, I shouldn't say that, but we're rarely afraid of getting hurt or losing, or we're afraid of regretting what we did. We're afraid that somehow tomorrow we'll wake up and wish we were able to do more, or somehow we did more. I mean, that's all I think anybody's asking for, whether it's religious, philosophical, Buddhist, whatever it is. I think that's all anybody wants.
Ross, right before you make your final walk, you're in there training everything. When does it all kind of just like, hey, you know what? It's skill now. There's no more pressure on you. When does that feeling actually hit you?
So it's funny because I've had a couple people ask me this, and for me, it's always been the most nervous I ever get right before a fight is when I get on the plane to go there, and it's always like it's always a couple days before. I get nervous twice. The first time is when I get the contract and I get told like, all right, this is who you're fighting, this is the date, this is where it is, and I get like all that anxiety. It's like, oh, I gotta start watching fights, and like get that energy come over me. And then that calms down really fast, and then it's like, all right, let's train. I'm ready for this. Let's do my thing.
Yeah.
And then it never really becomes real until you get on the plane. I think for me, I always get on the plane and I'm like, am I really about to fly to Orlando and get into a fight? Like, so
right.
That. And once I get there, it's always pretty cool. So even like the week leading up to the fight, I'm fortunate. I've got a lot of really good supporters that people always reach out to me and sending me good vibes. So I'm always in good moods, and my coaches are awesome, man. We just honestly, like that fight week, we're always just having a good time. We're goofing around, playing video games, and just trying to be relaxed. We've been stressed out for 6 weeks, 8 weeks. It's time to relax and just let my body do its thing. So 5 minutes before, we're doing the same thing. I'm sweating. We did the pad work. I moved around. I'm loose. We're usually cracking jokes, even right up until right behind the banner, we're cracking jokes with each other, and then as soon as they call my name, the switch turns, and that's that.
Dave, your process is different, right, Dave? Like yours is way different than that.
I think I get like it's like a roller coaster. It happens throughout the training camp, after training, while training. When I think about the fight, probably like Ross before entering when we go to the plane, like I get it many times, but the hardest one is before my name is called out, before we enter the arena, before we enter the stadium, because like that's when I really feel like the roar of the, like especially Myanmar, you feel the roar of the crowd, and I know like he wants to hurt me, so I do feel that fear, but I'm embracing that fear. Like I know he wants to like cut me up, he wants to headbutt me, hit me, and honestly humiliate me. I feel like what you said, Robin, like humiliate me, take away what's yours, take away your position, what gives you your income, what gives you your status. Like I feel like it's an honor thing, like it's an old school gladiator thing. Like he wants to take away your pride, and he wants to like and I'll just say one little anecdote. My second Lethwei fight, I believe I was in a taxi with a driver, the driver of our that was taking me to everywhere during the fight. That's in Myanmar, and I remember like it's yesterday, man. I was so fucking pissed. The guy, he turned around and I knew he was a fan of my opponent. He was a fan of Tuntun. And so I knew that he was like kind of he's a fanboy and was saying like, oh yeah, he's strong. He's the best. He's a knockout artist, and with his very limited English. And then at one point he spoke to my wife and he said, he's single, right? And we just at the same time we just like arrived at destination, and I have goosebumps to think about it. I wanted to slap him so fucking hard. I just left. We kind of chuckled it off. We have a really good relationship, my wife and I. We laughed it off, but that gave me extra fuel to fuck him up, because basically saying, look, he's got your husband's going to lose, which I didn't. Your husband's going to lose, maybe you want to go with the winner, So I was very
wow.
And that's the thing I think about, like technically in the wild, you lose that fight while your wife your partner is next to the ring, defenseless. So fuck that. I'm gonna, excuse my, I'm to swear, Robin.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Swear, man.
You might offend Mallory. Actually, once his mom was watching, I was like, please tell her that I may curse, but that I don't mean it. Yes, of course. But Dave, you know what? Like, it's beyond that too, because once upon a time, our ancestors, when you would lose the fight, you would be banished from the tribe.
Wow.
So you would never have sex again.
Wow.
And you would be defenseless out into the world. There's many beliefs that the loss of when the alphas would lose, the one alpha would be banished from the tribe. So it isn't just lose the love of your life. You lose all relationships, and you wander until you die. And that's in us. That's and it's heavy.
And I think, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've rarely, and I know I said already some things talking about the experience of being there to commentate your fight, and it was really real and visceral and special. But I've rarely been around somebody at your level that was like fighting at a level like that was as honest as you were. Not just to me, but in general. You were honest with yourself about anxiety and fear and nerves and understanding the importance of the process of becoming okay with that. It was really, really amazing to see it because it was pure honesty what I saw you would go through in that process.
Well, Robin, I think you hit it on the head, man. You hit it on the head, Robin. You have to be like, if you're going to be at that level, you have to be honest with yourself, right? You can only hide that stuff for so long, and then all it does is expose you. So yeah, you got to be honest with it. It's a real thing.
Dave was pure honesty.
If you're not afraid, my coach, my Tifu said, if you're not afraid, you're either at the wrong place or you're completely delusional or you're crazy. Like it's normal to be afraid. You know, you're about to go into. So I think that the best fighters are the ones that are able to channel it, because similar to like a scared animal, right? Like a scared raccoon or an animal in the street. If he's injured or the wing is, for example, a bird, he's going to try to peck you, right? If you try to help him. So a injured animal or a scared animal is extremely unpredictable. And if you apply that to a fight, for example, if let's say we go to a fight, Ross, Kung, everybody of us, and we go to a fight, and then we're afraid. Well, that fear is going to make us more like aware. Like when I'm afraid, like your senses are in heightened. I don't know how to say that in English, but your sense is in heightened, and then you see better. Your vision is clearer. Your scent is better.
Yes.
Your hearing
this may allow what we were saying earlier, where the freedom of not having to choose. True freedom is not choice. It's allowing it to unfold.
True.
You don't have to choose whether to move this way or this way. It happens by itself. And that freedom may be partially accessible because of that nerves and that intensity, and all of it becomes part of it. But that's why also that experience in Myanmar was so amazing, because I was around you to see it all the way through to you coming out almost in a trance to experience that with that crowd and then to fight so freely. It really was something special. It really was.
It was cool to have you there.
Yeah, it was. And then at the end, I'm in there, and like all this stuff is coming down, and I'm holding the mic, talking to David. I'm like, "Are we fucking here? Like, did any of this just happen?" Like, it was so weird.
It was close to the world, so it's kind of weird to live. Yeah, it's.
So speaking of weird fights, Davis Machida is on right now. I'm at 442, 441. Where are you guys?
430.
4:30.
Would you guys pause for like 2 or 3 seconds and then just pause, count to 3, and then release it?
All right, done.
Okay, I'm at 427, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 420.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right. We should be on the same
We're
beat.
close, yeah.
Yeah,
So
we're all pretty
Phil
close.
is actually using like light, sort of hesitant, partial, feints, which is really kind of interesting. He's evolved a lot, and he's kicking the outside of the leg.
I think Phil Davis has the widest, like, point-to-point shoulders I've ever seen on a human.
Ross, I don't know if you've seen this. I
think that's about half of Phil's wingspan. Shoulders.
Yeah, that's one lat.
Shoulders.
One lat, yeah. Phil looks great right now.
Get my charger.
Super focused, light on his feet.
Right by the light.
When we first saw Machida arrive on the main stage, which was obviously in the UFC, there seemed to be some mystique because, you know, there's like, well, this is a high level karate. There we go with quotes and labels again. But how much do you think that mystique played in some of his opponents' heads when he was doing things that people weren't doing? You know,
yeah. I don't think it was the label. I think it was the unfamiliarity.
Yes.
Right. Fighting at the time was two guys would go forward. They would throw punches, and when they threw punches and kicks, they would grab each other. Nobody moved backwards. Nobody moved laterally. Nobody retreated, planted, and threw. It just didn't happen. So all of a sudden, Machida was moving in 3 dimensions, and it felt really new. Wouldn't feel new to Dave. Wouldn't feel new to Kung. Wouldn't feel new to Ross Levine, but it would feel new to Robbie Lawler, right? That was just how, like, at that time, they were the MMA fighter was so entrenched in wrestling that it was very unfamiliar. You know, so now
that forced an evolution. For everyone else to. What do you think is the latest evolutionary thing, for lack of words, in MMA that has forced everybody? I think I have an idea that everybody's talking about. You now have to adjust to.
Sure. So if you talk to a journalist who's just paying attention today, they're like, this calf kick, it's brutal. You ask Faraz or Henry Hooft or anybody about it, they've been working on making you pay for throwing the calf kick for 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, 12 months. It's already going to be worse for you to throw a calf kick than to take a calf kick within another 6 months. It isn't new. It's just familiar enough now that everyone sees it, but it's already being countered. Whether it's happening fight to fight or weekend to weekend, it's already happening in gyms, right? So, but all these things are that, you know, it's like by the time somebody hears a really catchy beat in hip hop, they think that's the new beat. But on the street level, it's old.
Right? I like that comparison.
Ross.
Sampled, absolutely. Right? Sampled.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Like by the time Twitter discovers the calf kick is really, really, Ross is smiling hard. Like it's really, really old, right? You know?
I agree with you, and also just to peel back a little bit for Dave and Kung, Ross is a physical therapist, so he'll tell us how when this specific kicks hits you, what muscle group is starting to shut down or its effect. It's really cool to have him on because he can break it down, and then he'll sign you up for rehab, put you back together again.
Break it and fix it, man. That's I've married the two.
Nice. Yeah, it's true, right? Yeah.
His alter ego is that.
What did you do first, Ross? First, you learned to break it. Then you studied to fix it.
Ross, question for you: can you truly be the same after as a fighter after you get your shin bone cracked, like we saw with Silva or Spong?
It's that.
Can you be? Are you hesitant?
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Like, are you hesitant afterwards? You know,
I would certainly have to assume so. You know, I've been watching a lot of Spong come back into the game, and he's been doing a lot of training again with Hooft, and he's kicking a lot, and he's smashing the pads. But I would have to imagine that, you know, when you get in there against another pro and you get your kick checked, you know, I would have to imagine you'd be hesitant again. But I know I certainly would be. From a science standpoint, I mean, common, you know, daily medicine will tell you that your bone will heal. And if there's no, you know, ligament damage or tendon rupture or anything like that, if the muscle itself isn't affected, the bone will heal, and it'll actually heal more than it needs to, which is why we get those
psychological barrier that technically your body is stronger.
Yes. So but the psychology can also be hacked, right? Yeah. So just because at the moment, so our leg will eventually become stronger. I'm going to recommend a book right now. It's called Anti-Fragile. Anti-Fragile is written by the same guy who wrote Black Swan. I forget his name, but he's a brilliant writer. Anti-Fragile looks at the idea that the opposite of fragility is not robustness, but it is anti-fragility. That is, as you get damaged, you become stronger. It's a fucking amazing book. Read it. And anti-fragile, and that's true of the mind as well as the as well as the bone.
Yeah, but from a science standpoint, I mean, it all makes sense. But it also, we're talking about a sport where we're throwing our bones against other people's bones. So I don't care, if I break my shin, I break my tibia and it reheals and I feel great and everything's perfect and I'm cleared. And then maybe my bone's a little bit stronger, but now I fight someone that's maybe a little bigger than me. There's no saying it won't happen again. Look at like Paige Van Zandt. She's broken her arm how many times now? Like 2, 3 times. So,
but I think Dave's question is, when the bone heals, will the mind heal? Right, Dave?
That's totally individualized. Everyone's different.
It's kind of like if you get in a car accident and then the next time you're in a car, if you got hit from behind at a red light, every time for the first couple times you stop at a red light, you're checking that rear view mirror. I mean, it's just psychology. It's just the
human right. And tense up. Tense up when you see the car coming towards you in the mirror, right?
Yeah, so
but that can be I believe that can be unlearned, and I think that kind of strength of mind is relative too. It's relative to training, it's relative to environment, genetics. There's, I don't know that there's rarely an answer to these things that is beyond the individual.
That's not true, because we saw Aldo. I mean, Jose Aldo was so viciously known for his leg kicks, and then there was that rumor that he had an injury, and there were a few fights where we didn't really see him throwing leg kicks. And all the commentators were like, "How come he's not kicking the leg?"
But he also liked to leg kick when you moved back and people started moving forward, right? Sean Tompkins, even really, when Sean Tompkins was preparing Mark Hominick, I was living in the house when Sean Tompkins was preparing Mark Hominick for Jose Aldo, and their whole thing was, if you push him back, he can't leg kick you. His whole leg kick game is based on the end of the hook, the left hook to throw the leg kick. And so people started to see that. So it isn't just his, and that's us again drawing a conclusion or forming an opinion. We see Jose Aldo do something, we form an opinion or draw a conclusion. But if we don't do that and we say, well, maybe it isn't Jose's injury, maybe it is as a reaction to the movement, right? So it's an interesting conversation, though. It really is.
I never noticed how Machida has a very wide hands, like very open stance.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. So if you think about the why of that, so a lot of people will see that and say karate.
Yeah.
But if you think about the why is, regardless of whether you call it karate or dance or you call it mathematics, it doesn't matter. The why of it is, when I'm out here, you're going to be offered more area to punch. You're either going to throw the punch and I'm ready to counter it, or you're not, in which case that's also good for me. So it's quite simply, I think, offering more target,
I think it's a bait.
It's grown up as bait being a part of the whole equation.
I think there's an interesting thought process too behind it, where there's a lot of mirroring that happens like subconsciously when we fight. So, when I watch Machida and I see him moving his hands, but most of his strikes are center line, right? They're straight down the middle. So I think he may do that. He brings his hands out to try and get his opponent to naturally maybe mirror and bring their lead hand out and touch, because a lot of fighters like to touch. They go off that field. So maybe he may be getting that mirror.
Did you happen to watch my breakdown on Machida?
I did not. No.
I literally talked about how he made Chael mirror him with his side-to-side steps, then talked about how he made the other guy mirror him with the hand touch.
Yeah.
We are literally on the same fucking like.
There you go. Good stuff.
Like, as you were saying that, I'm like, holy shit, that means I'm either Ross saw that and is just being kind.
No,
I'm right.
Yeah.
You have Robin. You have a way to, and that's something that's a compliment to you. You have a way to really go like on a different layer that any other martial artist like we see, and you bring up things that we don't see. It could be on fighting or on insects fighting. Anything.
It's so kind of you guys to say things like that. Really. It really is, and it moves me a lot because that's my whole purpose. But thank you. If I'm going to attempt to explain it or find a way to sort of make sense of it, I'm just gonna keep looking at the same thing over and over with more information and more information and more information. And if I do that, I will see different layers. It's just going to be a truth of it. It always really freaks me out, or like in such a good way, when things that I perceived or kind of anticipated or understood are said by a Ross Levine who hasn't seen the thing, and we're literally having the exact same conversation. I'm not fighting men in cages or rings. I did it at a very low level, but I'm seeing it that way, partially because I did those things. And now I'm also studying the mind, the body, the philosophy, the strategy, the tactics, and just in a constant state of it. But I think the key is, having fought 9 pro fights and a bunch of other fights, you have to do that to be able to really analyze. People say they're an analyst, but I think you have to actually fight to have a jumping off point to figure these things out.
Yeah, for sure. It helps to live it.
Robin, just to time in, this is a little bit of callback, but Anti-Fragile Things Gained from Disorder is written by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. That is the guy.
Taleb, yeah. So earlier tonight, my friend David Mullins, he's a sports psychology consultant. He recommended a book called The One Thing. It's a great book, but I would highly recommend Anti-Fragile, especially Ross. I think you'll really dig it, as everything you were saying about the human body. This sort of views sort of any operating system as something that becomes stronger through failure. It's a really interesting concept. Yeah, you really dig it. So here we are, round 3.
Last round.
It's a point fighting game.
Yeah.
They're still filling each other out. It should be like balls to the wall right now.
Do you think this also is because it's a rematch and these guys have danced this dance before?
I mean, it was 7 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Kang, did you have any rematches? Dave, you fought Tutu twice, right?
Took him in 3 times. We had a trilogy.
3 times. Yeah, you had a trilogy. Kang, did you have any rematches?
Yeah, Scott Smith.
Oh yeah, right. Ross?
My kickboxing career is way too young to have any rematches. But in point karate, we would fight the same people over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I mean, like for example, Raymond Daniels. I fought Raymond probably 20 times in my career.
Did you win 6 of them?
I've won a couple. He definitely has a much higher win percentage.
He's
but
special.
I got a couple times, but he's one of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah. And that's just you being cool. Like, I know you defeated him, and he would give you all the same compliments. It's so true. But sometimes we learn something from it. But I actually had one rematch. I choked a guy unconscious with a triangle, and then he sort of argued that he wasn't unconscious. So they flew me out to where he lived, and we fought for this belt, as a matter of fact. It was a Canadian bantamweight title, and I choked him out a minute quicker the second time.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. It was good. And it was
nice. Even better.
What's that?
Even better.
But it's, every fight is a unique experience. You're both changed. Everything has changed. But 7 years is a long time. It's a long time. If you said to Phil 2 hours ago, you'll be in round 3, maybe you've won one of the earlier 2, you're not hurt, you're in a good situation to be able to win this fight, he would be planning to take his man down right now,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But with 1:30 left, he's still playing Machita's game, which, like Ross said, he gets you to mirror him.
Yeah.
So here's where the producers come in.
Volume.
Yeah, Kang, go.
Here's where the producers come in. Well, I thought one was a wrestler and one was a striker. What about the karate? Well, they're both standing up. We've seen a little bit of wrestling, and we're seeing a lot of, touchy and feeling out. So there you go.
It's almost unfair. I think these guys really need 5 rounds, especially for this? You're trying to fit into a 3-round fight.
Neither one has a mark on them. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
5 rounds, I don't know. I think they would get tired, and it would be even. I don't know. I'd like them to try something crazy, like if I'm
a 42-year-old Lyoto Machida trying to win a fight against an Adonis, like a super athlete like Phil Davis, I would be so happy about like where we are right now with 30 seconds remaining.
True.
You know?
True.
Like for whether Phil wins or not, this is everything Lyoto was hoping for. Like just exactly what he was hoping for. Not a mark on him, still touching and playing.
Kong, how did you have those first 2 rounds?
I was paying attention to you guys, so you know.
I don't know. I only saw things from Davis. I don't know for you guys, what's your call? But
I would go at least 2 rounds for Davis.
I thought Phil was pushing it, you know, but it's tricky. Like, you know, even with that feeling, if you're really looking at it from a martial arts perspective, Lyoto doesn't have a mark on him. He fought a bigger, stronger, younger man.
Right.
Never got hurt at all. Look at him. Looks handsome as the day he was born. Right. Like if you're Lyoto Machida, you didn't lose that fight from what you came here to do, from a self-defense standpoint. But I think Phil did more. Also, Phil's my buddy, so I mean, you know, and this is not an official broadcast. We can be biased.
I think Phil tried to push the pace, but I felt like when Machida did strike, he did a little more damage. I mean, the reaction from the kicking the legs. I feel like Machida had an answer for everything. So when Phil threw one, Leo threw right back, and it stopped his motion. It's tough to say, you know, ring presence versus, you know, intelligent striking. I don't know.
That's why this is not an exact science. One guy's looking at the leg kicks and one's saying, hey, he checked a few, or he defended the wrestling and everything else.
Ross, Kung, and Dave, have you ever been sitting there like the 40 seconds after the fight is done, you're breathing, your corner's there, you know, and now you're thinking, oh shit, did I win? Like who won? Have you guys had that feeling?
I've had a few of those in the amateur Sanda fighting, you know, just because it's all comes down to a point game, you know, for that, you know. So,
Kung, you went to decision though in your pro career, no?
Yeah, I did, but like usually when I went to decision, like against Patrick Cote, I knew I won the fight. So
true.
Yeah,
true.
Stats look almost even.
Yeah, true. Kung, Pat was, I remember that fight. Yeah. You definitely won that. Pat was a good dude, eh? He's a good Canadian boy.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he's definitely, you know, at that time, like everyone's like, he's got a great chin. And when I kicked him in the first round, I came back to the corner, and I was like, I think I broke my foot, and then my corner's off. So you want me throwing the towel? And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shut up. Get your ass back in there and fight. You know?
Who was in your corner that night?
It was Scott Sheely.
It was
Matt Brown, and so and then also you know, Javier Mendez too. You know, so it was just, you know, Javier automatically, hey, let's put some ice on it, and Scott's all
hilarious.
Scott's that redneck crazy. He's should I tell the ref that you want to quit? I'm like, no, okay.
Amazing. What a great, like that's literally just calling you on the bullshit. Phil won. Okay. Split decision, man. Phil's in a lot of those.
Yeah, but that's got to be nerve-wracking, man.
So what you think Machida is going to have a few more fights with him?
Yeah, Machida's 42, but you know, he's got a name, he's viable, he's different, he's unique. That Bellator 205-pound division is super legit. I think Machida have a couple more fights. Yeah.
Right. He looks in shape. He looks good. I didn't know he was 42. Actually, he didn't look like it at all.
Yeah. That says a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Like if you're 42 and you're like him, it's good.
Yeah, and Phil is literally world champ potential. Like there's people arguing over who the best 205er in the world is. like dummies and people who don't know about fighting won't know to put Phil in there, but real people who analyze this will put Phil in that category. And so for Machida to split decision Phil Davis means he's still right at the top.
Yeah, I thought Phil did really good against the champion, now who just recently beat Bader, right? I thought Phil.
That's right.
I thought Phil won that fight. For me, you know.
I know.
So
super close. Yeah, super close. That what was that? Was that in San Jose? I forget. Was that were you ringside for that, Kung, or no? Were you watching it on TV?
I don't
Can't remember.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't either. So many fights. Guys, do you remember, like, not that long ago, we were either in fights somewhere with a crowd or in the crowd watching fights? Like, it's been 6 months since we can do this.
It's disgusting. It's crazy. Yeah.
The world is a different place. It's the norm.
Yeah, it is.
Wear your mask.
I don't know for you guys, but what's happening in the States, but in Canada, masks are mandatory. And regardless,
here too.
Yeah, but regardless of the position on people, like I actually have no mask and I get in everywhere. I get into pharmacies everywhere. I don't and regardless because of what people think about it, it's just that we should be outraged of like it should be a personal choice, in my opinion. I think I don't want to get into too political, but I think it should be a personal choice. Like I was not sufficiently demonstrated that it's fucking efficient. So like you can wear it. I know people can wear it. I respect them. I just want to, and anyway, so I found a loophole in the law in Canada that you don't have to wear it if you cut something.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. Everybody else has to wear it, but when you go into places, they're like, "That's the king of Lethwei."
Hey, go tell him to put a mask on. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Somebody's like, "Tell that guy to put a mask on." That's the guy who headbutts people to death.
Yeah. That's what people are saying to me in my DMs. They like, bro, I think they just recognize you and they don't want to tell you. I'm like, man, I don't know. This older woman, I don't think she knows what Lethwei is. You know?
Yeah, right. Yeah. In Gatineau, Quebec. She does.
Exactly. In Montreal, Ottawa.
I know.
Anyway,
hey,
but
it's a weird time right now.
Go
yeah, Kung, go, please.
No, I'm
Kung.
saying I saw something on Instagram and I actually tried it today. Someone walked in and they're like, "Hey, where's your mask?" And the guy's all, "Oh," so he walks back out and he comes in and she's all, and then he shows, "Here's my mask," and he just puts it back in his pocket. And I actually did that today and it worked.
No way.
I did it in my pocket. Yeah.
No way.
They came in. I went in to get some stuff for my mother-in-law, and they're like, "Hey, where's your mask?" "Right here." And he's okay, and he didn't pay attention. I came back out, and then I got to the line, and then he's all, "Your mask, you got to wear it." I'm all, "Oh, you asked me where my mask was, so it was right here in my pocket." He's all, "Okay, just," and he rung me up. He's all, "Have a good day." I'm like, "You too."
Well, we got taekwondo, kickboxing, Lethwei, Sanda, Muay Thai, MMA. No masks, doctors, all types of religion and all types of backgrounds. So we can make all this work. Yeah, we can make all this work. It has been like, guys, what a pleasure. Kung, so I want to thank all you guys. But Kung, like, as you know, we're all such fans of you. So, you being here has been a big thrill for us. So thank you.
I'm a big fan of everyone. We all stepped into the ring. We all fought, against another opponent that walks back and forth like some caged lion. So, we are in that group, that small group of people in this world that has done and stepped foot inside a ring, a cage, whatever it is. So we're all in that small elite group, and and I appreciate it. It's just, I just go in there and I try to represent the martial arts. I try not to talk any smack. And sometimes I feel like it, but I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and I just go in there and perform and represent all the martial artists, right? And it gives me great honor to hear that that you guys respect me and I respect all you guys too. And I think this is called being united. Right. And if the world was more like this, man, we would have like this amazing world of greatness instead of what's going on.
Yeah, you're right.
With this
I know.
bullshit here. Excuse my Vietnamese, but wake up, everyone.
Yeah. Oh shit. So, Kung, thank you. Everybody's gonna say thank you and good night. So, and before I do it, like thank the other guys. The audience, you guys like hanging out here with us and watching fights is so cool. Dave Leduc, I know I've already complimented you many times tonight, but it's all true. It is like among the short list of things that I've got to do in my time analyzing martial arts, being in Myanmar and commentating your fights will always be one of my favorites. And thank you for joining us, man.
Hopefully we'll have more. And thank you. And thank you guys. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Marie, and nice to meet you, Ross. We'll be in touch, and let's see. Let's hope that for 221 and the rest of 220, we're gonna have a lot of exciting fights. And yeah, now my fight camp starts like today. So wish me luck, guys. And
kick ass.
And
real
Ross
quick,
Levine. Yes, please.
Ross and Dave, you guys, it's time to go to Bellator. I'm telling you guys.
Kung Lee knows what is up.
Guys, let's go.
Kung Lee knows what is
very
up.
well.
Yeah.
Let me know.
I will send Rich Chow a text right now and say Ross Levine, Dave Leduc available.
No. I'm gonna go over Rich's head.
Almost available.
Scott.
Well, last time I was with Kung, he literally was he called Scott directly. So
yeah. Kung Lee and Scott are very close friends. I gotta call him Mr. Coker, but Kung Lee gets to call him Scott. Ross Levine, not only do I love hanging out with you, you're a brilliant martial artist and scientist. Can I call you a scientist? But tomorrow night you gotta come on. Dr. Stu McGill. I know he's one of your like mentors from afar. He's one of my good friends. I gotta bring you guys together.
Cool.
Thank you for hanging, man.
I'll do what I can, man. And Kung, it'd be awesome to meet you. I got a lot of family and friends out in California, so I may have to reach out to you. And Dave, man, I'm up in Canada quite a bit. I drive up there, so anytime I'm up there, if you're not training, I'll reach out on Instagram and
you're welcome.
And share some info with you. And Robin, man, I still owe you one. We got to get together one of these days, Robin.
Hit me up.
Oh, Canada, Ross Levine, Dave Leduc, Robin Black in Canada. Yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to sign out right away. But first, Mallory Woods, you and I are going to chat on WhatsApp. I'm going to have a beer and we're going to chat. Thank you, everybody, for everything. This has been a slice. I'm going to peace out. You guys hang out as long as you want. But legend Kung Lee, Dave Leduc, Ross Levine, my man, Mallory Woods, the audience, much love and enjoy the hostilities, my friend.
Thank you. All right, guys.